live from the T.P.O.T studios, the game where we talk about discrimination, prejudice, bigotry, with all of the absurd hypocrisies and contradictions that come with it. Get ready to play the ridiculous race game. Open your mind.
The Prophet of Thought. The Prophet of Thought. You know. The Prophet of Thought. Prophet of Thought. Open your mind, 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 open your mind.
And we are back, Negroes. Welcome back, even though I just saw you Negroes like 15 minutes ago. This is part 2 of a double header. The last show got good. Like I said earlier, man, we're going to do another one of those next Friday. If you want to be part of it, let me know. We're going to have a battle royale, man, about reparations. So it's probably going to be pretty good. So let me know if you want to be part of it. But we move along to the ridiculous race game. And tonight, we got quite a good cast of characters. Even though one of my contestants just wrote me like 5 minutes ago saying they ain't gonna be able to make it. I hate when y'all do that shit. I mean, at least give a brother an hour, 2 hours of a heads up before you write me 5 minutes before the show and say, "Oh, X, I can't make it." What, you just found out 5 minutes ago? That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. That's worse than standing me up totally just by not writing or anything. It's worse. Yeah, I see that as worse. But we played a ridiculous race game tonight, and I got a special surprise guest that I'm going to bring in probably about 1 hour into the show or so. I'm going to bring in my surprise guest and let them kick over the fucking tables in here. But yeah, It's the ridiculous race game. And y'all know what we do here on Saturday nights. We come in here and we talk about bigotry, prejudice, discrimination, and we have a few laughs at racism's expense. And this week, because there's always kind of a theme, because on the ridiculous race game, there is no real rules. I just kind of make them up as I fucking go along. There are no real rules. I make them up as I go along. But this week's theme is social justice and race wars. Yeah, social justice and potential race wars. So it might get a little heated. I don't know. It might. I'm not sure. But yeah, that is the topic tonight. And my contestants are starting to file in now. But as always, like I start every stream, I appreciate you, man, being here. You could be anywhere on a Saturday night. You decided to be here with us. Like I always say, man, you don't have to spend your time watching these streams, subbing to this channel, sharing or liking these videos. And you definitely are under no obligation to drop your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces on this platform. But you good folks, man, you continue to do so, man. Night after night, week after week, you are here. I don't take you good folks lightly, man. I never have and I never will. You got my word on that. I'm humbled, I'm honored, I'm appreciative, man, and I'm thankful. All right. I'm thankful for all you good folk who support this channel. All right. All right. Only one of my contestants has arrived thus far. I don't know where the rest of them are. Probably sitting on the other stream, still watching that. They might be doing that, y'all. It might be doing that. But yeah, tonight we're going to be talking about matters of social justice and potential race wars. And the reason why I wanted to talk about that is because I think that you always hear people talking about, this race war, this race war, this race war. So I'm gonna, we're gonna have a little fun with it tonight, and of course, here we vacillate between the serious and the insane and the absurd and the comical. So yeah, we're gonna try to get down to the nitty gritty of it tonight. And like I said, when you talk about this race war stuff or potential race war, everybody people have been telling me it's going to be a race war for the past 25 years, and I've yet to see one. But that's a lot of shit, right? We hear a lot of that when we start talking about racial stuff, right? That the white man gonna do this, that we gonna do that, and some of that shit I just haven't seen. I just haven't seen. People spoke of martial law and also kind of bullshit. I've yet to see that. You notice how people talk about a lot of shit that's coming, and then 5 years pass and they tell you how some other shit is coming. They say, "Oh, such and such is coming." 5 years pass, nothing happens. So now they got some other shit that's coming. It's just crazy, man. Let me start bringing some of the folks up because I see people are coming in. Brother Cyber is here. Brother Cluu is here as well. What's good with it, people? What's good?
Good evening. How you doing, Xavier?
Hey, what's going on, man? Brother Cluu,
Not much.
What's going on? Can anybody hear me?
yeah, man. Yeah, man. You sound good, man. You sound like you in like in one of those studios, man. Get ready to record one of those smooth, slow R&B songs and shit. Talk
Yeah.
talking about how fine some girl is and shit, that kind of. But yeah, man. So being that I got you two here now, I guess we can go ahead and start talking about it while we wait for everybody else to come in. Do you believe in the whole race war. There's going to be a race war. Do you believe in that at all?
Well, what I believe is that agitator propaganda can have an effect on people. The more people are seen believing it,
Mm.
because it makes a bigger impression.
But what would I mean, what would a race war actually look like? I know we say it, because up here on media we say a lot of shit, but what would it look like? What all black people would be fighting all white people, or all Asians would be fighting Mexicans, or the Mexicans fighting the blacks? Like, I mean, how would that play out? Would it be like on a battlefield? Would it be in neighborhoods? Like, how would it play out? Would it be like guerrilla warfare? Like, how would that even play out?
That's hard to say because the the whole black thing is just so con- construed with everything. Everything is added or removed according to a certain appeal, and that prevents people from being able to decide things or even want to discover things for themselves because they've already been told something.
Hmm.
I
Brother
don't
Clue?
And
think there.
that's why I really enjoy your show, because you encourage people to not fall into impression. You encourage people to think for themselves and exercise that thinker, because if you don't use it, you lose it.
Pretty much, Brother Clue. And we've been joined by unwanted contriver as well. Unwanted contriver, I should say. Go ahead, Brother Clue.
I don't think there'll be a race war so much as an ideology war, because I think the two sides will have different races and nationalities in them. I think the battles we've been going through, especially the past 2 to 5 years, have been ideology, have been conservative versus liberal, things like that, and both groups are very diverse where they are now. So if there is any fighting, it'll be along those lines.
And Brother Contriver is here. Did you hear the question I asked earlier, Brother Contriver?
Yes, sir. And good morning to all the fellow interlocutors and you, Mr. Xavier, as well from India.
What's going on?
Uh, uh, I think justice, the word itself, social justice, the acronym itself somewhat suggests that you have to engineer society to accommodate you. Justice needs to be individual, more individualistic in nature. For example, the case of Brian Banks. For example, I'm just taking just a random example, or Duke lacrosse team, or any murder mystery of who killed Abraham Lincoln or who killed Kennedy. These are individual cases. Yes, there could be somewhat correlation or causation, which could be same. But justice, according to the law, always needs to be individualistic in nature rather than being social. When it becomes social, then it actually means that the minority, the quote unquote minority, is going to supersede the majority. And once a minority has been armed with some degree or level of, you know, shall I say, I'm not getting the appropriate word, but privilege, then they are going to use or abuse that power, we don't know as of now yet. So justice needs to be separate from social. Yes, we live in a society, we are all social animals, but that is how it has to be.
It's
Individualistic justice rather than social justice.
it's
That
almost oxymoronic. It's almost oxymoronic, isn't it?
Hmm. Well, we've been joined by Lady Toyah. What's good with it, Lady Toyah? I don't know if you heard what we were talking about. I was talking about the potential race war, because that's the theme tonight. Potential race wars, social justice, and alike. Uh, I asked, what does a race war actually look like? Like, are we fighting it on a battlefield? Are we fighting it urban warfare, guerrilla warfare? Are people of different races just coming out of their houses and fighting people of the opposite race? What's your thoughts on that, Lady Toyah?
Hi, and thank you for having me. I didn't hear what was previously said, but if I can take a stab at that question, I would say that we are already in that race war, and it will continue to look very much like what we've come to be familiar with in terms of just how people of color are generally marginalized day to day. But I think what'll happen sooner rather than later is that the lines will be drawn even thicker than they are currently. I think we're already seeing that with the scarcity of um, certain things in certain neighborhoods, for example. I mean, we've talked about food deserts before, but it's even more of a dire situation when you're talking about the supply chain crisis and things like that. So, just to sum up what I said, I think we are already in that race war, and I think it's going to look even more dire than it does as we go along.
Okay, so you're saying that we're already in it. Um, how long have we been in it? How long do you think we've been in it?
I think it was ramped up by the pandemic, but I
Hmm.
think it started a little before that.
Hmm. Well, let me ask you this. Let me give you a little pushback, Lady Toyah. Do
Please
you
do.
think it's do you think it's because of race or economics slash class? Is it necessarily race per se?
I think that race is the conduit.
Okay.
So, no, it maybe doesn't start off that way, but if we're fighting for resources, then naturally the more advantageous race will begin to draw up lines around who gets to be included in that. And then that's when you start to have to consider class and economics.
Hmm, okay. Um. Well, let me ask everybody who's up here, because we got a good mixture of people up here. From your vantage point, do you think that when it comes to social justice, and I think Brother Contriver alluded to this, is social justice really a collective problem or an individual problem? Because justice doesn't look the same for everybody, right? So is it so much an individual problem or a collective problem?
Well, I think that social justice is basically um, it's a communal form of envy because it's based on perceived standards and how someone measures up to those perceived standards in society. And there are certain things that elicit that awareness of perception in people. And those things that elicit the emotions are perceived as a deliberate offense. And it's a great example of the maladaptive behavior I was talking about last time I was on, because envy proposes to hate and destroy what it should love and respect and admire and aspire towards. It has to do with feeling like you don't measure up to a certain point instead of seeing where someone is in their own life and trying to get there through emulation. You know, the more we see, the more we know, but the reverse is also true. The less we see, the less we know. And just the same as people can curve upward in their success, they can curve downward, bottom out, and stay there. And if the only thing that's happening in the person's mind is trying to equate things, then they're clawing at everything above them instead of finding for example, finding the staircase that was used to get out. And all the fighting in the pit makes the pit deeper. And I don't know where I am according to that, but I do know I've got mud all over me.
Well, do you think, before we go on to the next person, do you think that some of the, I guess you would call them social justice gripes, do you think that some of them are illegitimate?
A lot of things are legitimate at their source, but amplified in such a way to where things seem unbelievable. That's one thing that agitator propaganda can do, is blow things out of proportion on one side, which it's like a rally cry for people on the other side. But they're both being led by emotion. And I think a lot of that allowance for emotion to take lead comes from a mental exhaustion due to repetitive logical fallacies. We've been seeing a lot of that on the news, trying to tell us things that aren't real, or saying that this isn't even this isn't even happening, but we have to make laws to protect people that it's happening to.
Anyone
There's
else?
a lot of that going on in Florida right now. A whole lot of extremes playing against each other in circles, and everybody's in it, and it's chaotic. And
Anyone
I
else?
think it's a big call for structure.
Anyone else?
Social justice, in my opinion, is a form of racketeering. Racketeering is when you cause a problem and then sell the solution. Same group or person that causes the problem, they sell the solution. And with social justice and the people who started the whole social justice thing, they created this fallacy that all these little groups are being victimized by this one big bad wolf called the straight white man. So if you notice, all these groups, they are, I'm not going to say what the alphabet community, BLM, Antifa, feminism, all these groups have one thing in common. They have one villain in common: straight white man, or in BLM's case, straight white cop. So they are creating, the government is creating this problem that these smaller groups are being bullied by this big bad boogeyman. So then they're selling the solution through elections. Oh, vote for this group of people. If you vote for this group of people, they will help the little people defeat the big bad boogeyman. And that's all I look at it as. It's just a really big form of racketeering.
Anyone else?
I would like to expound on this theory and pick up from where Mr. Clue left. The fact of the matter is that that is actually what intersectionality has created. It has created a mafia where you have to align all the minorities, rile them up, induce them so that somehow they are going to, and include all the quote unquote marginalized interest groups. And, these groups and organizations are run by people who have their own vested interest rather than giving social justice. It is just a uh, political drama, if I might say. I mean, politics is good. People watch it with popcorn all day, all time. So that is what it is. Instead of delivering swift and prompt individual justice that would help and let people have a cathartic moment for them, as someone wise once said, justice delayed is justice denied. So justice is delayed because of all this political hullabaloo around us. And that only happens because the matter has been politicized, which should never had been the case in the first instance. And that's what I'm trying to expound on, that this is what the Marxian model, if I might say, the Marxian model, or the model of Karl Marx does. I mean, social justice means to keep fighting within, to create a divide or some sort of a rift within the society itself. Then the society gets weaker. I mean, if the society gets weaker, then it is a free real estate for people to run over each other. And that is what is happening. What is the end
Absolutely right.
consequence of that? What is the end consequence of people running over each other, and white people saying that black people are bad, or black people saying white people are bad? I mean, for any life to matter, we all have to matter. We don't matter anymore because our communities are non existent. As far as a neutral third party, I could say that.
Yeah, I see identity politics all over each one of those issues, and that's another oxymoron. Identity politics. Idios is Greek meaning of one's own, pertaining to the self. Poly means of many, pertaining to the public, and that leaves people mentally exhausted and brings them to follow emotion or allow sentiment to take lead. So into the wind they go.
Mm.
Well, if you
Lady
have
Toyah?
justice, you don't need social justice.
Lady Toyah?
I'm here.
Okay. Do you want in on this?
I do not.
Okay. Well, being that we have a lady on the panel, let me ask everybody this: is the whole social justice, racial animus, do you see that more of is that more of a male thing or a female thing when it comes to you know uh marching on City Hall, or marching down the boulevard, or standing against the ills and the problems that we have with the policies of America, whether it be fighting for immigrants, fighting for the Rainbow Coalition, or fighting for any of these things, because all of these things are can be quote unquote kind of considered social issues, right? So is it more of a male thing or a female thing? And I'll start with Lady Toyah, being that she's the only lady up here on the thing.
Well, given the fact that women live to complain, I would have to give it to us.
Hmm. Well, do you see, Lady Toyah? Do you
Hmm.
see some of the claims that that some of these social justice female groups, um do you see them as legitimate? As a woman yourself, do you see them as legitimate, or do you think a lot of them are just full of BS?
I think a lot of them are full of BS. I think a lot of them are um, facades for something else.
Hmm. So if are you apt to get out there and march and
No,
violate naming streets for folks and all that kind of stuff? So
nope.
that is okay. So you're not a social justice warrior
No,
woman.
no, I'm not. I
Okay.
would not describe myself that way at all. No.
Okay.
I have
Okay.
opinions, but I'm not on the front lines, so they say, or so to speak. And when it comes to doing things like making donations, I I do things like that on a more one-to-one basis versus a specific cause or organization.
Okay. So it's more of an individual thing for you then, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else?
It's the women. It's the women that's doing this mostly because I think Cyber said this. It's mostly emotion. The whole social justice warrior thing is mostly emotion, and they're the gender that is sort of governed by emotion. That's what it is. And so they're gonna get out there and do all the marching and all that stuff while the men are just, well, they're gonna go to work and earn. So yeah, I think it's the women.
Mm. Well, let me give you some pushback then, brother Clue,
Okay.
because whenever something happens to someone, right? I mean, we see it on media, we see it on television, or read it in the newspaper. It doesn't really affect us, right? But each one of those people is, they somebody brother, somebody father, potentially, somebody's uncle, aunt, cousin, whatever. They belong to somebody, right? So we as people, do we think do we think more of the whole social justice thing if whoever we feel has had some injustice laid upon them is related to us? Like, one of our brothers get killed by the police, or one of our brothers gets shot, or discriminated against. Are we more apt to become socially aware? I would say, are we more apt to become socially aware when it affects us directly, as opposed to something we just happen to see on TV, or read in the newspaper, or see on the internet?
Well, it's sort of a display of emotions privately until the media puts diesel behind it, until
Uh-huh.
social media puts diesel behind it, and until the women in the neighborhood put diesel behind it. That's before all that happens. It's usually you know calling your friends up, calling your family up, cussing for hours and saying, I can't believe this happened and all that. And that's pretty much the end of it until those entities get involved. Then that's how you end up with guys out there protesting and, rioting like 2020.
Mm, yeah. Anybody else?
Yes. What the tactic is actually not taking to the streets and everything, it is, I mean, in a nutshell, I could say that it is called as activism.
Mm,
Activism. It is a feminine tactic to create a psychological condition and to use the dialect in such a way that you could achieve your goals. I mean, just like a weapon. It is just like a weapon. I mean, even CIA employs and has an official designation of a linguistics officer. Even words could be used as a weapon. Uh, Activism could be used as a weapon. People could be used as a weapon. Anything and everything could be used as a weapon. So, language, uh, people, and them standing in solidarity with each other, that could also be used as a weapon, not a physical weapon, but a psychological one. Because violence happens only on two scales. One is physiological, other one is psychological. So the psychological weapon is as lethal as a physiological damage that has been done to someone, be it anybody, anybody. That could be the case.
mm. And we're being joined by Lady Celine. What's good, Lady Celine?
Hi, how are you guys?
Good. Um, did you hear what we were discussing earlier? Did you catch?
Um, kind of like about the which sex is like more prone to like right like I, I don't really know. Um, yeah, maybe repeat the question.
No, what I asked was when it comes to the whole social justice thing, um, is that more of a male or female thing? When it comes to, the marching, the protest, standing at City Hall and all that kind of stuff, is that more of a male or female thing?
Well, I can't really speak like as a black woman, but as a white woman, I've seen a lot of white women more than white men um, protest and all this kind of stuff. Um, you know, and for a lot of like crazy reasons, like when Trump got elected or whatever, like they were, so a lot of it's not even based, like what Toyah was saying, like a lot of it's not even based on any kind of logic. It's all based on emotion, like it.
So when it comes to this well, that's a good point. Let me piggyback off of that. Why does it often appear that, when it comes to these social justice things, why does it often appear that a lot of it is pushed by white folk, even though the person who was slighted or discriminated against or killed or shot or uh, 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 unlawfully arrested or whatever the case may happen to be black? But it seems I know when I was watching a lot of protests over the course of the last, say, 2 years, I saw a whole hell of a lot of white folk out
Oh
there
yeah. My
marching in the name of someone black. So
right.
what do you folks think about that?
I think it's
Um.
because a lot of white kids have learned how to be spoiled little brats and throw temper tantrums,
Yeah. Like
and
I
there's
have.
a lot of them.
I like.
Over Throw a
Oh,
temper
sorry.
tantrum over black people? White people are throwing temper tantrums over black people?
If it makes them feel good,
Mm.
Yeah. Um. I find it kind of hypocritical when white women who grew up in very privileged homes talk about how white privilege. I don't think it's our place really. Um. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I think I just don't see where they're coming from. I think.
Mm. So what are you trying to say, Lady Celine? If I got shot by the police, you wouldn't come out there and march for me?
Oh,
You wouldn't march if they
of
shot me,
course.
is what you're saying.
there would be plenty of white women who would, and the thing about it is clout chasing is lucrative.
Mm-hmm.
So
A
that's
lot
why,
of
go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. A lot of people do it for virtue signaling too. Like they want to look like they're just like, you know, like it almost is a way, I think, to say, oh, look at me, I'm such a good person because, you know, and then they try to put all that guilt on you, you know,
Yep. They're
like
chasing a
it's like
feeling.
white people doing it to other white people.
It's
And
white
that's really
guilt.
all I had to
That's what
say
it
about that.
is.
White
Yeah.
It's
guilt.
white guilt.
Mhm.
Yep.
Mhm.
White
Like
guilt.
like
Yep.
I have cousins who are around my age, right? And their mom is like a doctor, and you know they were talking to me about how, um, like they're very liberal, right? And they're very, you know, like I think the whole friendship was broken up because of something I said, like about politics or whatever, and how, you know, when the whole protest broke out, you know, I was saying, you know, just from what I heard, like BLM, it really doesn't care about, you know, like the black family or, you know, restoring a lot of things that I guess, like, uh, you know, like caring about, like black, like it's not really about black people caring about the black community. It's more about like, like feminism. Like the creators of the group are, you know, they're not straight women. Let's put it that way.
Well, let me ask you, Lady Toyah. Let me ask you this. Because I, like I said, I was watching the protests of the brothers who had got shot and shit like that. I saw a lot of white women out there. There were black people and stuff out there too, and a few, the white men or whatever. But white women made up a big portion of a lot of the protests I saw. I even saw one protest where I was hard pressed to find anybody of any brown color out there talking about Black Lives Matter. So I mean, how about that? Does that say something about uh does that say something about us as a people when you have all these white women out there marching and saying Black
It
Lives
doesn't.
Matter and all that kind of crap?
No, it doesn't say anything about us as a people. I'm going to answer this in two ways. First, I'm going to give props to the guy who was talking about intersectionality a few minutes ago, because that's what this is. It's the
Mhm.
muddying of the waters, because if you have a cause and you are of a marginalized group, you must be a part of this intersectionality mafia in order for your voice to be heard. And it has to be aligned with the goals of all of these other causes in order for it to be legitimate. Now, the other side of it is the fact that this is why it doesn't reflect poorly on us. This was never a people of color game. Protesting, marching, and all of that happened because we saw our white counterparts doing it. Now, where you get women into this is the fact that now you got to start thinking about the feminist movement and the fact that if this is um if this is a white man's game in terms of how things get done and how voices get heard, and we were never invited to the party in the first place, how do we get more of that accomplished? We sell that dream to people it was never meant for in the first place so we can amplify our voices, because even though they don't fit the bill, they add number. And so this was never our arena to begin with, so it can never reflect poorly on us as a people because of that, in my opinion.
Hmm. Anyone else?
That's actually a very good point because feminism wasn't even, it was created by white women during the 60s. And I think the whole, idea of like what he was saying about intersectionality, about how like it like it's I think BLM is about like intersect, like it's not just about quote unquote straight black men or straight black women, the family or anything. It's all about like if you're marginalized, say, in our society. It's not really about just typical, just yeah. I think that's all I got to say about that.
Anyone else?
Uh, Actually, this goes way beyond, the ideology. I'm talking not about the implementation part. I'm talking about the ideology. The ideology right after the Civil War, if people could look it up, it was called as social gospel movement. That after, and it also predates to the Protestant Reformation. And what would Jesus do in this sort of situation?
That's
So,
oh sorry.
yeah, I mean, if you want to say something, Celine.
Oh, I was just gonna say, the whole like I've even seen it kind of trickle down into like churches too, where I'm a Christian, and I've seen like a lot of like even though I think it's important to talk about issues in the world and you know how believers should look at it. Um, I think sometimes I could, I don't know, it turns into a game of virtue signaling. Um, you know, I yeah, I mean, I'm not crazy about the whole social justice thing. I think it's good to have reform and stuff, but as far as this world goes, we can progress, but we're never gonna have a perfect world.
I
Oh,
mean,
absolutely not.
what I was getting to was that this whole concept of utopia, I mean, this came after the French Revolution, or even before that, liberty, equality, and fraternity. These became the three guiding principles, alongside the divine right theory, which trickled down to the Heberian model, which trickled down to Bill of Rights or Constitution, and this or Marxian model, which was the erstwhile Soviet Union. I'm talking about the ideology that guides these things is the theory of the social gospel movement, and it actually became the foundation stone of why all these law of equity and everything has to be there. I mean, people are unequal in many sense. In many sense, there
Right.
would be the, there would be a slum in India where a child would not have eaten for 3 days. I mean, but I cannot try to make him equal to the CEO of Google. If I would do that, then I would have to disempower the CEO of Google to do that, to elevate him further, artificially, of course. So I think I'm getting to the ideological part. I'm not talking about as to what has happened till now. I'm talking about the ideology is to dismantle the natural current existing structures. And in and Edmund Burke, he used to be a conservative patriarch from England, erstwhile England. He used to say that these people on the other side who want to dismantle our systems have never given one single instance where their system, their proposed system would work. It is all about dismantling the current natural existing structures, whether it is family, whether it is sexuality, whether it is economy, each and everything. You just have to dismantle it. It is just like a corrosive force.
I
So
I
that is the thing.
sorry.
Yeah, because there is no. I I don't believe there is a such thing as true equality amongst men. Like, I mean, I don't think equality is a thing that we can get, say, as a people. And what I mean is this: I don't think any people can achieve true equality because we're all different. So at some point, throughout time, we're going to get treated different. Now, I can get equality in the workplace where I make the same amount of money as the next person, or they make the same amount of money as me. I can drive the same car. I can live in the same kind of house. That kind of stuff. But I don't believe there's like true equality because everybody's not the same. Therefore, we cannot get the same equal treatment or equal access. I mean, like me, for instance, right? I run my own small business, right? So I can walk into the county clerk's office. They know me. They've been seeing me for years. I mean, a lot of times I walk in there and, I don't even get, I get taken like right to the front of the line. They're like, hey, X, come on over here. I get to come around, I walk around the counter, and talk shit in there, with the people and the ladies that's in there because they know me. Now, a person who's just starting out comes in there, they're not going to get that treatment. Why? Because they're new, no one knows them. They're not going to be able to do what I do when I get there because everyone knows me in there. So they may get equal access to equal permits, but they're not going to get equal treatment because of who they are, who I am, and who the people inside the county clerk's office is, right? So there is no like equality per se on a collective basis. It's just not. Equality is going to be like an individual kind of thing, like Lady Toyah. Somebody got a lot of noise. Somebody surfing. Mute your shit while you're on your surfboard. Um, like Lady Toyah said earlier, that when she thinks about these things, she thinks about these things more of an individual level. She's not I'm gonna get out there and I'm gonna march for you when you get shot, Negro, a type of person. And I think in a lot of instances, equality works that way too. You get individual equality. I don't think you really receive a collective equality, but maybe I'm wrong. But let me get to these super chats and I'll let y'all chime in. Shout out to brother Enigma with the $1.99. I appreciate that, brother Enigma. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. Once I find it, there it is. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And also, shout out to Sage Highwayman with the $4.99. He said, good stream. I appreciate that, brother. I try to mix the personalities up. Like tonight, we got blacks, we got whites, we got an Indian and a cyber. I don't know what the hell he is. I think he's we
Well,
mix it up, man. It's
I,
the
I
ridiculous
can
race game. Go ahead.
I can refine my answer that you asked me when I first came on the last game that I was on.
Mhm.
So my answer was officially, yes, I'm white.
Okay.
So
Okay.
according to something like an official job application or a census form or something like that, if I were to fill one out, I would fill it out officially. So
That's white. That's white.
you're right. I'm
Now you
not denying
wouldn't check
anything,
other. You wouldn't check
you
other.
know.
You wouldn't check other.
Well, I wouldn't really know what to write in except for American, and I've actually tried that on a few applications. I didn't get any job there, but that's what I put on my application was American. But that was at least 15 years ago.
Well, for now
I
on, Cyber, I need you to claim white man. You just go ahead
right.
and claim it. Get it over with. Go ahead and claim it. Get
Yeah,
it over with. But shout out to brother Sage Highway, man, with the 499. You get this, brother. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Well, when I think about social justice per se, specifically, I'm of the mind that people don't really I don't think people really want justice. I think people want vengeance. I don't think people really want justice. They want vengeance. And are those two things separate from each other? Um, because if you get justice, that can be considered your vengeance, right? And likewise, getting vengeance can also be your justice. So what about that, folk? Is there a difference between vengeance and justice?
As I mentioned earlier, anything and everything could be used as a weapon, a means to achieve their end goals or objectives. But I think social justice, yes, partly people gravitate towards it earlier because they cannot see through it, and they think that this is some sort of a grievance redressal which is happening right now in front of our eyes. So we are taken on a ride, I suppose. That could be the case, because partly there is a human element to that as well. That
Mm,
is human nature, that we gravitate towards, whether it is the Rodnicking affair. LA burnt for weeks in the 90s, but then the issue came up about rooftop Koreans, as to why they have to defend their businesses, because some of their businesses were burnt, and they were not a guilty party in all of that. I mean, either from the white or the black side, they were Asian people. So they got injured for nothing. So I think that could be the case, but eventually people see through it, that it is the same old sort of a political prop which is being
mm,
projected in front of us, so that they want to just politicize the matter, instead of speedy delivery of justice, which does not happen in the English common law and worldwide.
mm,
There's a lot of distraction that keeps people from taking courses that would actually help their lives. People being rallied to something that they can't really affect other than being part of the crowd. But being part of that crowd makes them feel like they have a purpose. Purpose is antithetical to depression. And people who are depressed tend to take to impression much more readily. And people in that state are ready for that because often like they often feel like life is something that happens to them, that it's circumstantial. And people in that mindset are bound to be envious of productive or creative people. People who are being productive and creative have a purpose, and they're living it and finding happiness in that. And a lot of people want that taken away because of envy. And social justice is a collective format for envy. So that's their downward spiral.
mm.
The difference
Anybody else?
between the difference between justice and vengeance is the governing entity. And justice, the governing entity is, could be federal, state, county, town, the bylaws that the company you work for, those kind of governing bodies. But for vengeance, it's personal code, gang code, mob code, something like that. So with justice, you need a governing body, like a formal governing body. Whereas vengeance is mano and mano between me and you.
So vengeance is more actionable. Sorry, vengeance is more actionable, and justice is more of a result.
They're both actionable. It's just how it's done. Okay. Justice is more structured.
Structure versus chaos. Structure versus chaos.
Not even necessarily. I have to agree with what Cluu is saying. There are similarities in both vengeance and justice, namely the fact that they both end in a C and an E, and you need to see them in order to believe them, right? So, for example, the processes that are involved with justice make it sound like it is prettier or more acceptable, socially acceptable than vengeance. But they're two sides of the same coin in reality. One can be chaotic and so can the other. In vengeance, like he said, it's more so mano y mano, but that's only because of the fact that vengeance is frowned upon in society, whereas justice makes it okay.
So, well, when we talk about social justice, right, it's almost as if Black people we are the face of quote unquote, social justice. Whatever meaning or whatever term you put to social justice, you automatically think justice for something that happened to Black folk. All right. Are we the only people capable of, seeking some type of social justice? Or better yet, are we the only people that can potentially be slighted by the man per se, the government, the structure? Are we the only people that can be slighted by that entity? Anybody?
I mean, could be the case, but there could be other people who could also join the bandwagon. For example, the Asian community could, or the Latino community could. I don't know how much proportion of their communities have joined the bandwagon on social justice because I don't live in America, but my guess is they have been subverted for around 50% approximately, give or take 50%, by the ideology which drives the social justice movements in different venues of our own society.
I see a lot more. I see more and more types of people joining into the mentality and the quest to fight the system that they can't touch. The cause of all their problems being something they can't do anything about. I see more and more people entering into that activism behavior. And it's not always about the police. It's not always about the schools. But I do see identity politics on all of it. And I do see mental exhaustion and emotional acceleration on all of it.
I see Blacks being used to power other people's movements.
Yeah, on a
So,
large scale, that 50% that he
so
was
you
talking
think
about.
so you think black people are being used as a front to what perpetuate something else?
Well, look at BLM's original mission statement before they took it
Yeah,
off their website.
yeah.
It's like, okay, we were under the impression that this organization was to battle police brutality against black people, but then you read their mission statement that they took down. They don't think that things don't last forever on the internet. It goes on and on to explain that we need to dismantle the nuclear family. Now, what does that have to do with police brutality? I don't know.
Mm. Yeah.
So it's
right.
like, okay, now that so and so has been is a victim to police brutality, let's talk about this over here. These movements over here that didn't really have a leg to stand on before. Let's give them some legs now that everybody's in their feelings about this murder or this death over here with this black man. That's what I see.
Well, they're trying to propel feelings over facts so that people follow their hearts, which is much more easily deceiving and deceived. So the reason they're using that situation or those people in those situations is because there are many more factual situations that demand feeling. And they want to exhaust people in one way or another so that we have a bipolar society in order to perpetuate what seems like a race war, what is an ideological war, and
That's what I said in the beginning.
and what will be just a total mess of the lower populace while the elites hide in their caves.
Well, let me ask everybody this, and I've asked this before. How come? Because the police kill people often, right? I mean, the police are always killing people. That's nothing new to have the police kill somebody. And it seems like a select few of those police killings, they get highlighted, they get marches, I guess depending on the circumstances and who's standing out there with an iPhone. But I want to know this. How come because I'm pretty sure this happens too, when say an Asian guy or a white guy or whatever kind of guy gets shot that's not black, how come we don't see the viral videos? How come we don't see the coverage by the major television news outlets? How come we don't see it splashed on the front page when a cop unjustly kills a white guy or a Latino guy or an Asian guy? How come we don't see that? Um are these things not worthy of news coverage? Is it only worthy of news coverage if it's a black person who's shot unjustly? Is it not worthy when the person is white, Latino, Asian, whatever the case may be? Is that not newsworthy? Is it not worthy of some type of social justice response?
Well, those
So,
groups aren't. Those groups aren't. They don't respond emotionally. See, these movements need an engine, and the best engines so far have been blacks. They respond with emotion. They're loud. They're physical. They let stuff drag on and on. They're emotional. If the agenda is to push some things through, why would we make this big fuss about this Asian man that was victimized? Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing. The response is not gonna be grand enough. Then, if we make this story about this black person that was victimized, we're gonna get celebrities jumping on this. We're gonna get all kind of weird social media activity going on. People are gonna hit the streets. that happens with the blacks, but not with the other groups. So it's a waste of media time to showcase the other groups. That's how the media works.
So if you're innocent and you're shot by the police, it doesn't matter unless you're black, is what you're saying.
Media wise, that's you're absolutely right. Media wise, if you're talking about we need to sell advertising, if you're talking about we need these numbers up, you're right. Sadly, you're right.
Wow. Anybody else?
A succinct reply would be no, because it serves their interest. It serves their interest. And if you see, even the Asian community who got a law passed for protection of Asian minorities within US, they did it because there have been some, after COVID-19, there have been some hate crimes. And even before that, after 9/11 as well, some of the guys with turbans were considered as from Taliban or Al Qaeda. So there have been some, mix and match of hate crimes against Asians. A swastika was not a swastika, but a Haken cruise was put on their temples or institutions or somewhere. So this could have happened because of misinformation. The problem, however, the larger problem is the insularity. Now, within the American bubble on the western side of the hemisphere, it really works. I've seen it working with my own eyes. Misinformation and each and everything which could be used as a weapon, it works. It is just that those other communities, just like Mr. Clue also rightly pointed out, that they do not respond as a knee jerk reaction, I would say.
Mm.
So they try to comprehend what was being said by the other person, and then they don't jump to a conclusion. So perhaps that could be one of the reasons.
Mm. So, well, I guess, is it that other groups don't feel it's slighted? But well, let me go back, because a lot of the stuff that you see, especially when you're talking about, organized protests, organized marches, and all that kind of stuff, a lot of that stuff is backed by other groups. Even though it's a black person laying in the street with a bullet in their head, you got these white people who are part of the organizing. They may even be the catalyst to the organizing. They put money behind it as well. Um, but they won't do the same thing if a white person is unjustly shot. To me, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, as a white person, if you're willing to put all of this time and energy and money and you getting together and painting signs and doing all this kind of stuff, if you're willing to do this when a black person gets shot, it kind of baffles me why they wouldn't do it when a white person gets shot, unless all the white people that get shot, those are good shoots. I mean, I'm pretty sure the cops have shot some white folks unjustly as well. Now, people are telling, oh, they don't do that to white people, X. But if you pull up the stats, they kill more
Yes, they
white
do.
people than they do. Yeah, they kill more white people than they do black people. I mean, that's just a numerical fact. I know we don't like to say that, and black people don't like to hear it, but numerically, more white people get killed by the police yearly than black people. Now, we have to take into consideration that, of course, there are more white people in America than there are black people. So there's always going to be more white people doing X, Y, Z. Whether you talk about getting shot to the police by the police, all the way down to who's receiving welfare benefits. All right, when you got more people, if I got more dogs in my yard, Then I got cats. Guess what? More dogs. More dogs are going to freaking be killed if you shoot in there as opposed to cats, because there's simply just more dogs there. But we have to understand this, that black people, I think often what happens in America is that even nowadays, people will say that black people are the only people who get mistreated. Okay, they'll just, you know, they think that we are the only people who get mistreated here, and of course that's not true. All right, that is definitely not true. I think that more attention is brought to when we get mistreated as opposed to when other people get mistreated. I think more attention is brought to it. That's what I think happens. Cause the numbers say different. The numbers say different when it comes to um people getting killed by the police, like I said. And also here lately, from what I see, I mean, when you look, like I said, when you see these protests and marches, man, I see a lot of white folks out there. I see a lot of white folks out there marching with signs and all this kind of shit. So when we're talking this stuff about white people, are we talking about those white people too? You know, the white people who get out there and march for Ahmaud Arbery and George Floyd and Rashard Brooks, and you know, are we talking about those white people too when we get to talking about what white folks are doing, you know, to black people? Are those white people also included? You know, the ones that's out there marching with your black asses when some Negro done got shot.
They're contributing to the emotion, and I believe a lot of them are doing it for the sake of their own emotion, so they can feel good about doing something they believe is purposeful. And whether it is or not, well, it's not always true. It's not always honest. And following those emotions doesn't drive anyone to find out what actually happened, or even wait while someone else does.
Mm.
It's just immediate because emotion rides the wind.
So they're so I guess they're sitting home saying, "Oh my God, they did those black people wrong. Let's make some signs and go out and march. Let's
For the
print up
most
some
part.
signs."
For the most part, yeah.
Well, that's BS then. If that's why they're doing it, that's BS.
Right?
No,
And
they
whenever it's a lie, they're contributing to that lie. And there are some people that whenever it's a lie, they know it's a lie because they help make it. And then others are just blowing it out of proportion, making it bigger than it is, exaggerating things, hyperbolizing, because those feelings grow over time. That's what feelings do. That's why we need logic to keep them in check and keep the heart in its place with the head above your shoulders so that you don't fall head over heels.
So what about? I mean, what about? Do you think that there are? Do you think that there are people who are actually genuine about it, or is a lot of it just a cover, or the quote unquote white guilt, if you will? Um, I mean, do you think that most of these people who are out there marching with black folks over, you know, some person that done got shot, are there more sincere people out there, or people who just have the quote unquote white guilt and think they need to get on out there and, you know, protest and march and say no justice, no peace, and sing out Black Lives Matter? Because to me, it's just funny because like I said, I've seen a protest where I didn't see any black people and they were all out there chanting Black Lives Matter. I mean, I just thought that was the funniest of shit because there was no black people out there. I didn't see any black people. And they were like, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. I was like, oh shit, it's just a bunch of white folk out there. So how about
Uh,
that, man? Like, are those people sincere? When it's just all these white folks out there singing Black Lives Matter, are those people sincere?
Some of them are.
Mm,
Some of them are. Some of them are. They're going by what they see on CNN. They're going by what they see on MSNBC. All those leftist stations, and they're getting motivated. They probably have a lot on their hands. I think Celine brought that up. Privileged, if that does exist, is something like that. They want to go out there and make a difference. And I think some of them are sincere, but I think the vast majority are not. The vast majority, some of them want to be seen on television. Some of them want to, views on the Instagram and Twitter. And others, and this is the worst group, just white guilt, white liberal guilt, or liberal white guilt. Put it that way.
yeah, I mean, you see, cause to me this stuff is just ridiculous, man. Because when it all comes down to it, right? Whatever changes, for instance, say they were able to change particular laws and gear those laws towards black people. Now black people would benefit from those laws, but all the white folks who made signs and marched and got arrested and all this kind of shit, I mean, they wouldn't necessarily benefit from some black law, right? They wouldn't necessarily benefit from a law that was labeled black. I mean, I don't know. I just don't see the benefit in it for white people, for you white folk, cyber, because if one of your kids or one of you white folk get shot unjustly by the police, black folk ain't coming to march for y'all asses. They're
well,
not going to do it.
for the people who were doing it or are doing it in these emotionally led movements, the benefit has already come and gone
Hmm.
because that's the nature of emotion. It's fleeting. It's not substantial,
Hmm.
which is one reason certain political agendas tend to seek out those kind of people because they can be easily impressed, easily directed, and easily forgotten. They even forget themselves on a very large scale.
Crazy, man. It's because it's not even, right? You got people who say, okay, we got a bunch of white folks, Latinos, Asians, whoever out here marching for this black person who got shot. Now, would it be a stretch? Would it be a stretch white people expected if white people expected black people to march when one of their children got shot or their brother got shot or their whoever got shot? Would it be a stretch for white people to expect blacks and whoever to march with them? Would that be a stretch?
I think no, because they are going to get justice either the legal way or the street justice way themselves. They are content with that. If the system is not going to help them, they are going to, that is on them, on their discretion. They would not have to march because, first of all, they could have the numbers and they know how to play the game very well. just like the Asians who got a law passed for the hate crimes that was against Asians or something of that sort. They got a law passed in the Senate
Mm,
unanimously, I suppose. So that is the case across party line, and they have some stake apart from only and only empty activism. I mean, if activism has been done by the African American community, then there needs to be some incentives for that as well. For
mm,
for so long, I don't see any incentives that have been bestowed on the African American community as a neutral third party. Again, I'm saying I'm a brown guy myself, that they have achieved something for them. They have not achieved anything for their own community, if you could call that.
mm,
Well, it's because those things are not actually incentivizing. They just call them incentives. That refers back to what you said about how they how they use the language, and I believe you were talking about how they use language to assault people's mind body and to refer to or link that into what I've been talking about. It exhausts people mentally. So their next thing is their now best processor, which is their emotions, their feelings, because their brain's been beaten to a pulp.
mm. So
But
do you think that it's more about class than it is race? I mean, because and this is the thing, right? It often seems like some of the people who deal with probably prejudice the least have the most to say about it. So I'm not sure if it's always because it's race versus class, right? I mean, if you're a person who is affluent, you probably deal with minimal racism. If you're like a millionaire, I'm pretty sure the racism you deal with is minimal, right? And likewise, if you're a poor person and you're living below the poverty line, the racism you deal with is probably minimal too, because you probably live in a place where you don't deal with too many other races except black people. So the people who are dealing with racism are the people who are in the middle of that, right? The very rich and the very poor probably deal with less racism than the rest of us, just regular people who are, walking around and working, and doing shit. We probably deal with, I'm pretty sure I probably encounter more so called racial animus than a person who lives in some ran down hood. Because number one, they ain't running into too many white folk. Okay. They ain't running into too many white folk. Number two, they're probably not interacting with that many white people. Me, I interact with different races all the time. I'm always interacting with white people, Asians, Latinos, because of what I do for a living. So I'm more apt to run into some type of a racial incident than someone who's just always around black people, right?
I would presume so. I mean, I've never been very high up on the economic ladder, and I did a lot of traveling around. I mentioned having been in Canada. I didn't talk much about the time I spent in Kentucky. I spent about 7 years in Mississippi, and I also spent about 5 years living in Mexico. I encountered more racism against me when I was in Mississippi than when I was in Mexico. But as you said, it was very minimal. not even worth mentioning in comparison to a lot of what I've been hearing about. But in Mexico, it was even less. But regardless of that, we were all covered with dirt most of the time, so it was very minimal because there wasn't such a standard to be envied by someone. So there was never that quest for equity amongst the ranks because there weren't really any ranks. Even me being a white kid in Mexico, I met quite a few kids that were better off financially than we were.
So
But
what do you think? What do you think about that, brother Cluu? Far as because like I said, I mean, it's definitely not the very, very rich or the very, very poor who are, I mean, poor people, they probably have more interactions with the police than someone who's not. But I mean, other than that, if you like living in some ran down hood, you're probably not running into too many white people. You might be running into some Asians or like an Indian like Contriver, at the who own a bodega or some shit. But you're probably not running into too many white people if you living in some ran down hood. Plus, hoods have a tendency to be somewhat segregated, right? You got the ghetto, the projects, and then you got the trailer park. They're kind of even the hoods are primarily white, primarily black, primarily Latino. In the hood, it's probably more of your people than it is any other kind of people, no matter what kind of people you are, right?
I don't think it's I don't I don't think it's necessarily the racism that the middle class is going up against. I think it's the perception or the idea of racism that they are seeing on their phones and their televisions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's happening that much from person to person. Somebody that's standing right in front of them. I think that they're just reading about it, or they're watching it, or that it's being pumped 24 hours a day. It's being brought up all the time, especially by this administration.
Mm-hmm.
So I think when they say racism, they're mostly talking about something that's not even happening in their city.
So
Like you go up to a random middle class person and just have them talk about the racism of yesterday. What happened today is Saturday. Tell us about the racism of Friday. They're not going to mention anything that happened in their zip code. They're going to mention what was on the news. They're going to mention what somebody told them on social media. So I don't think it's happening to them. It's just being reported to them by people who want race to be discussed every hour of every day.
yeah, well, there's something about that, right? Because especially when you talk about this YouTube shit, us YouTube people. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's not too many of us on here who can say, "Oh, my brother, something happened to him and he was shot by the police." No, it's some shit
Right.
we done saw. We seeing the same shit somebody else saw, and we're basing our arguments off of what we saw. But our surprise guest is here. I told y'all I had a special surprise guest for y'all, the one and only OG J Speed is
Hey, what's going
here.
on, man?
What's
Can't
good with
believe
it,
it.
OG?
Hey, you got it. You got it. I seen your debate earlier today. I said went over a little bit, so I know it's gonna be
Yeah.
on CP time, which don't never exist. CP time don't exist, right? So,
But I'm
so
glad you here, OG, because up here on the ridiculous race game, we get up here and we talk about prejudice and bigotry and discrimination and racism. And we would just tonight's theme is social justice and potential race wars. So, I mean, you've been around longer than the rest of us, OG. So, do you think social justice can really be obtained on a collective level? Is that possible?
All right. Could you break that down and give it back to me? Because I see you slid in one of the Martin Luther King kind of way of approaching of a word or a statement. So could you tell me what you're trying to say, sir?
No, what I'm saying is because we get out here, and people march and chant and be at City Hall and say no justice, no peace, and all this kind of stuff, and Black Lives Matter and all this kind of stuff. Um, but a lot of them don't get no laws get changed because of this stuff, right?
Well, some laws do. Some laws do. It's Klan member can't go in certain states and wear the hoods anymore. So that's been passed by the Supreme Court. So that law has been changed, and then you had the change of laws, unequal, unjust sentence that Trump changed when he was in the White House. So it's appalling to me that you can live in this world and just say that you think these things just went away and don't happen. No, you don't have to walk outside and see a black man hanging in a tree for you to understand there's a system. See, this is why I don't see racism is a system, is a symptom of a system. And that's what most of y'all don't want to talk about. And that's including you too, my brother. It's a system, just like any other system. You have a system the way you run your shop. You put things in perspective. You get your blueprint, and you put things in a protocol that each one of your employees follow. You have a system when people order stuff from you, how you handle that, how you reorder, how you come up with the contract of when this machine is going to be finished or repair. It's a system. And why y'all can't understand that this is a system, I really don't understand, because if you say to me or you or anybody else, I'll be the first one in the line to say to myself that there's no white man or blue man or anybody come from bars is more superior than me. That's where most of y'all get thrown off the argument. The true argument is you got to understand we're in a system, and the system covers everything from religious to political, ideology, and everything else. And that's what y'all see every day. This is why the banks could be sued when somebody recognized that they're doing something unfair. With Bank of America had to pay over some millions of dollars, and Chase and a couple other banks was followed with a suit too. So it's not blatant where a white man can just come out and slap you upside the face and you have to turn your head. No, nobody would say that. You'd be foolish to say that kind of thing like this happened. But to say there's unfair treatment in this world, in this place in the United States of America, you have to be lost your mind if you don't think that. Understand, not only a system for just black people, there's a system for foreigners, there's a system for women, there's a system for black men, there's a system for everything. And it throws me over that most black men, especially in these spaces, can really just get down and say to themselves that that system don't exist. But as soon as a black woman get advantage of certain systems that the white man put in her face where she can get advantage, then all of a sudden y'all can see that system. But why don't you see that system all the time? So that's the way I approach this whole thing. No, I don't wake up every day and worry about no damn police. I don't wake up nobody, worry about somebody doing some racist towards me. I still live my life. But for me to act like I'm Stevie Wonder or Ray Charles and say I'm blind to a system that I know exists, that's why we have the White House, not the Black House. You ever just ever ask yourself that damn question? You know what I mean? If they was gonna pick a color, why did they pick a rainbow color, which wouldn't mean shit today anyway for the alphabet people? But what I'm trying to say is, there's a system been laid and planned, and they have followed this system through. And I think one of your brother covered that very eloquent in his debate tonight. And just because you don't like it, you don't want to hear, don't mean it don't exist. There's a lot of brothers that I came up with who didn't, when I told them they ladies was cheating on them, they didn't like it. They didn't want to hear it, cuss me out. But when he walked in the house and seen her legs up further than he ever put them up, when somebody was giving her the do, Then he wanted to change his damn mind. Now he want to kill the whole damn town.
but OG. Oh, okay, hold up. Let me, because you know the OG is my arch nemesis. I
Yes,
gotta
sir.
give him some push. I gotta give him
Yes,
some
sir. Please
pushback
do.
on this
It wouldn't be fair if you did.
because OG, fine, all right. I'll give you the argument. You know, there's systems in place that affect black people and all that kind of stuff. I'll give you that argument. But what my thing is this more than anything else, because I know my old man always taught me. He said, son, he says, shit that happens to you doesn't define you. He said, what ultimately defines you, son, is how you deal with the shit that happens to you. So
Well, certainly.
should we be defined by this system, or should we be defined by how we deal with said system? Is my question.
Well, I've seen a lot of big women get on TV and say, I'm pretty, I'm black, and she's 400 pounds overweight. And then she defines herself, I love myself, and all that other kind of bullshit she's trying to pass on. And then 2 years down the line, when she get a heart attack, she says to herself, you know what, I'm going to try to go on a diet and I'm going to help everybody. We have had certain stars and entertainers who came out first talking about how big and beautiful they was, and then they find out it has a health effect on their body, and then they wanted to come out and show you that the right way of doing it. Now we can sit up here and say if defines or it's not defining. It's not about what. It's not about what you think of yourself. It's what they think of you if they got the power to affect your life. And that's what we really don't want. I mean, we gonna always survive. Look, we are some of the greatest people in the world who was given nothing. We made something out of it. That's not the problem. The problem is, I heard a white man say on the tape, he said, we go fool y'all forever because y'all at the point, y'all don't even believe a system even exists. We can keep y'all under our yoke for the next 50,000 years. See, when you don't believe something that exists, then how are you going to be able to go in your life and really combat it because you don't even believe it exists? That's like playing a basketball team against another basketball team, and you never looked in the tapes of them. You don't know who you go run into when you get on that floor. It's best to study people. To study people is very important in any sports or anything, race, anything. To study people. That don't mean you have to be zoom in every night. Oh, we shall overcome. It's so bad. This white man got his foot on my neck. No, I'm not one of them type of brothers. I'm the type of brothers, whatever dough you put up, I'm going to walk around and I'm going to kick the son of a bitch in. So that's just the way I've been in all my life. And I come from the South where we were taught that way. Matter of fact, I was born in the city that you have your company at and where you at now, Queen City, Charlotte, North Carolina. I live right there on West Boulevard for the 15 years of my life.
I know where that is.
Yes, sir.
I know where that is.
What in the past 2 years has been systemic racism? What happened in the past 2 years there was systemic racism if the system is still in place?
Well, it covers everything, my brother. It covers everything. See, that's the thing about it is you want to go in there and pinpoint each little event that how it happened. It is a system. It's not like just think about the system as being.
Where's some evidence of this system in the past 2 years?
Well, in the past 2 years, didn't just like I said, didn't Bank of America just pay over a large amount, millions and millions of dollars for unfair banking?
Because you were black?
Yes.
Is that what happened?
Yes. You know, they call it.
That was a race. Was that a race thing?
It was a race thing. It was based on a race thing.
Okay.
And that's why they paid out. If you go read and study the case, you'll see that's why they paid out. Now, sir.
Maybe they just paid out because they didn't want to handle the legal fees.
Okay, well, you can make an excuse.
We're more than settling out of court.
Okay, no.
Not because they're guilty.
It went to trial, sir. It was not settled out of court. It went to trial. And they was found guilty. So what I'm saying to you is you can think anything you want to. You can make all the excuses for, sometimes when I hear
I'm not making excuses.
I'm not
seeing you guys give any evidence that this stuff is existing now.
But what I'm saying is part of your total life, the way this country was found, built, and whatever. You think these people went through all this killing all these people, enslaving these people, killing themselves and everybody else, all of a sudden they go give it up and make it equal for you. You have lost your damn rabbit ass mind and you think that's going to
I
happen.
mean, if it's not happening today, I mean,
what you mean it's not happening today?
Yes,
it's happening every day.
Yes, there was some
Here's
racism
something.
Okay,
in
let
this
me prove
country,
something. Let me prove
but is
something.
it happening now?
Let me just
Because it
prove to
sounds
you-
like you guys are just cosplaying racism.
Let me
and it
prove
irritates the fuck out of me when you guys do that.
Let me prove to you right now. Let me
Okay.
prove to you right now. I guarantee you cannot say a certain word that describes Jewish people on this site. You can't even use the
White people can't do it either.
No.
Okay,
That's what I just said. No.
Before we start talking about a different issue, I would like to understand something that you said earlier.
Yes, sir.
You said that this offense, this trespass, went through the courts, and they were found guilty. Now, what court system would that be?
Sir.
Is it the same system that's being accused of oppressing?
Sir.
Because that doesn't make sense.
I know it don't make sense. It don't make sense why we free today, because we're so oppressed in this country. So for us to be free today,
But what does
make
you know
what happened?
to me?
But you know what happened? You know it don't make sense.
Yes,
if that
I
don't
know
make
what
sense,
happened.
this don't make sense. If that don't make sense, sir, this don't make sense.
What happened was a disregard for progress.
Let me ask you a question.
Because if the same system that has oppressed someone into a situation is now finding certain parties guilty of unethical behavior, then that same system should also be regarded for its progress.
Well, it's not that I didn't get on here and say you don't receive the same symptoms of racism, bias, white supremacy. It's not the same as they. It's just like an offense and the defense. You can play the same damn offense, a triangle, for the next 30 years. Hell, somebody go figure it out. But the problem what you don't understand, sir, that still in this country we consider as 3/5 of a human being. Now you can read the 14 or the 15 all you want to.
That's bullshit.
No. Listen.
That's what you just said was bullshit, and I gotta stop you there.
Okay. So
you
you
said
today,
right now, 3/5
right
a human today.
Listen what I just said.
I heard you too.
Follow
you said
me.
Right now to this day.
Can
you
you
said
follow
right
me?
Now to this day.
Follow me. Can you follow me? If you let me get it out before
I'm more than following you. I'm having conversation.
Okay, but we can have a conversation when you get the whole thing to have a conversation on, sir. You just can't interrupt when a person is trying to cook. Let me cook a little bit, and then maybe you have something you want to interrupt with and stop me with. Okay, the first.
I've not
let the OG cook. Let the OG cook. Let him
first
cook.
section. I'm gonna say first chapter, second section said, and the original Constitution say we was 3/5 of a human being. Now you would argue that there's no longer in there, but let's look at the trick. Look. Let's look at the trick.
You said to this day that you are still considered 3/5.
Look, I hope you don't piss on your shoes like that when you out the shit, because you keep trying to bust in while I'm trying to tell you something and how I got to this point. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is the 14 and the 15 came in and it started the people. See, before you can ever change something or rectify something, you have to use the same language that you use and you trying to rectify. They never rectify that language. They still start off as people. If you say a person is 3/5 of a human being and you are making something to rectify that, and you start off with people, you're not rectifying what you said in the beginning. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why we got civil rights. That's why we are treated different. That's why every 15 or 20 years we have to vote in Congress to even have the right to vote. No other race, no other people in this country has to come to Congress and vote every 15 to 20, I'm going to say 10 to 15 years on if we have the right to vote. Now you tell me that. Why do we have civil rights and we don't fall under the, why do we have to have a special right if we are all citizens of this country? Why do we have to wait 10 years for somebody to vote? Did we have the right to vote? Now, you probably didn't know these things, so I'm breaking it down to you. Now, any question you have to me right about now, I'm ready to listen, and I will cook you on it.
Okay.
Anybody?
Do you believe that people perceive you to this day as 3/5 of a human being?
We're talking about the law of the land. Regardless of what somebody think. Somebody can think I look like a bulldog. That it has nothing to do with it. I'm talking about the law of the land, sir.
Okay, I don't believe that the law of the land
Well, read it
perceives
for
that or
yourself. You seem
states
to
it
be
either.
very eloquent, and you're probably 3 times smarter than me. So I'm pretty sure if you read through it, you'll understand why we got civil rights versus human rights, or equal rights under the Constitution of this country. Why do we have a set aside rules for special if they ain't look at us being special?
Shouldn't have to.
You're right. That shit should have been off the books a long time ago. But as long as y'all keep going around here waving these damn flags thinking you equal when they already done throw
No.
it in your face that you got civil rights, that already told you it's not part of the human family.
Yeah, but
So
see,
in the
this is the
past
thing.
in the past 2 years, how has the 3/5 compromise that you claim still exists today negatively affected you?
Yeah,
Or your
that's what.
family?
That's the
Negative
problem
effect.
that I got. That's
You
the
know what
problem I
really?
got, OG, with you,
Well, that
because
might be the problem.
those
Wait a
of
minute,
you,
wait a
hold
minute,
on,
wait a minute.
hold on,
Wait a
no,
minute.
hold on, because I want to tell people who you are. Because see,
He asked me a
they
question.
they
He don't need no
they don't
cheerleader on the
know who
side to
you
teach
are.
her.
They don't know who
He
you
asked a
are.
good question.
I'm going to tell them who you are. OG is a veteran, y'all, of Hollywood. This man has been in many, 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 many fucking productions. Okay, the OG has lived the fucking American dream and probably made a boatload of fucking money while he was doing it. Now, I want to set the table of who up here talking now.
I'm gonna
That's
say I'll
kind
take
of
a
my
minute.
that's kind of my problem with you, OG, because
Okay.
you're always like, oh, the white man doing this, white man doing that. Man, you done been in movies, commercials, the videos, all kinds of shit you did in your life.
Okay.
Ain't no fucking white
If
man
that would
stop
go,
you
if
from
that's gonna
doing
be your
your shit,
trauma test to
OG.
figure out that we have racism in this country or not, and I hope you
No,
come
but
back on
no,
this
that's
and
not what I'm
can
saying,
everybody
OG.
hear
And
me?
you know I'm
And the
not.
guests in the panel.
What I'm saying
No,
is
we didn't hear
the
you. We didn't
shit,
hear you. We didn't hear you.
the
You were spinning out.
the shit that you say is happening, it didn't stop you from being successful, man. It didn't.
Okay, stop again. See, this is where they fool us everywhere. This is where we get hoodwinked every fucking time. Everybody went down with the top 10 didn't drown. Why was some people saved and other people was not saved? And we're talking about white people in general. What I'm trying to say is in any system, sir, any system, even racism or the system of white supremacy, it is just like any other computer program. It's gonna let a few of us through. Madam Walker was the first lady
Okay, so
millionaire.
you
Well, she
was
wasn't
one
the
of
first somebody
so
brought that to
so you
attention.
was
But
one of the few they let through,
what I'm
is what
trying
you're
to
saying.
say is, it's just like they told Oprah in 1987 when she went down into like Loganville, Georgia, and then they say you're a different kind of nigga. You know what I mean? So she took that as a compliment.
Oh shit, froze. Completely
Hold
froze
on.
too.
You don't know how hard
Pause,
when I went on. Well,
please.
listen. When I went on audition, the motherfucker want to put a 40-ounce baller in my hand and put a do rag on my head, and I said, "Fuck no, that ain't the kind of parts I'm looking for." You don't know how hard it was sitting in front of Steven Spielberg when I was doing Congo and said, "Look, I don't mind being a porter, but I ain't putting no shit on top of my head." To stand up there like that, a true black man, and tell somebody who probably could have bought your family 100,000 times and tell him that you are a proud person without saying it and saying, I don't mind being in your movie, but I will not put something on the top of my head. I'm gonna carry a gun and I'm gonna be a warrior in the jungles of the movie Congo. And that was I laid the track for that. So what I'm trying to say is I am a true fighter on both sides. I don't hold my breath. Like some people, we all have to wear the mask, but some of us so happy to wear it. I don't wear that mask at all. I let people know exactly who I am when I come through the door. Every set I ever went on, I was bow tied up, shiny shoes, white shirt. They know who the fuck I was when I came in through that door. So they know not to fuck with me because I had a nation behind me. I didn't have some old punk ass person talking about it wasn't no racism or anything. I walked in the door as a strong black man with power behind me. So it ain't just easy because I've been in all the movies. It ain't easy because I've been in commercial. It was hard, brother, but I was willing to put in the work. And that's what I'm trying to tell everybody. Just because somebody put something up for you, that don't mean you have to stop your full potential of living your life peaceful, happily, enjoying the fruit of this country. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, there will be people like me who fight on one end, and there'll be other brothers and sisters who will get on their knees and suck anything in front of them to make a damn dollar. I'm just not one of them.
You don't have a monopoly on hard times. Black
No, sir.
people don't have a monopoly on hard times.
No, sir.
Every race, even in Hollywood, has a fucked up audition story. It's not just black men.
Sir, you don't know nothing
I
about
haven't
Hollywood. That is,
I haven't heard.
I know. I didn't just lie, because if I just lied, you would have told me.
Listen what I just said. That's out of your lane. You better pick a lane that you can at least get.
But you brought it up. You brought it up.
I say for you to try to tell me about Hollywood is outside of your lane, bro.
Well, did I just lie though?
No, you did lie. You did lie.
So it's just happening to black actors. You did lie. What you just said is happening to black actors. Is that your final statement?
Listen what I just said, brother. What makes us unique in this country from anybody else is, in the end of the day, you was probably told, no, you probably wasn't told this, but I guarantee you T.P.O.T, what he just said, his father said, told him that. He said, when you walk out of that door, when you go in front of them people, you going to have to be 5 times smarter, 10 times faster. And you got to keep your head up, boy. Now, the average white person don't have to tell their kids that when they come in front of black people, unless you're probably playing football or basketball. I'm just talking about daily of life, that you got to be so much better than your competition for them to even recognize you. This is why what black people,
because there's more of them than us, than black people. They do,
brother. This thing just started. This ain't just started.
Black hardship story when everybody has had hardships.
No, brother, ain't nobody. Wait. Number one, let me ask you a question.
If you non-small hat, you're gonna have some hardships in Hollywood.
Okay. Okay. Reason why non-small hat got into Hollywood in the first place, because they was not offering other jobs in other places, and it was a void, and they just filled it. So I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you know the difference between excuse and reason?
Yeah. Reason has legs.
Say what?
Reasons have legs. They got.
Could you just go in a little bit more so the common person like me who might be in the chat room will understand what you just said? Because I didn't have legs. Hell, a lot of things have legs. What is a reason?
Excuse.
Reasons
is no merit.
No. T.O.P. No chilling on the sideline. You can't tag in. This is not.
I would cheerlead on my own shit that
I'm asking this man right now, who's supposed to be so intelligent. Do we know the difference between a reason and an excuse?
Excuse has no merit behind it. A reason, there is merit behind it.
See?
A reason.
Why I corner you smart ass brothers at.
With you ain't cornering, man. Just haven't found the right word yet.
You corner, you punch drunk right about now.
Excuse is just to save face. It really didn't make the argument.
Right? I know you smarter than
a reason.
Who else on the panel? Because the other brother trying to answer the question. Please, go ahead.
I still want to. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Let the other brother answer.
The difference between a reason and an excuse?
Yes, sir.
An excuse pushes the situation to the side. A reason rationalizes it and looks past it towards an aim.
That's close. T.P.O.T, go ahead.
With the
T.P.O.T,
ahead.
go
permission
ahead.
of
Oh yeah, I've got the guy in
Go
the
ahead,
corner. It's
Contriver.
kind of hard. Well, he got all
ah
this
Go ahead,
background in the
Contriver.
back. It's kind of hard for me to see who's really on the panel.
okay. Hello, sir. My name is Unwounded Contriver. I just want to ask
Okay, I
you.
love the accent you have, my brother. Go ahead and get it in.
Okay,
You forgot I was an
sir.
actor. Go ahead, get it in.
Sir, I just wanted to ask you one question regarding what
Oh,
you
he's
said
from
earlier.
India. He's from
Yes,
Yes,
India.
sir.
he
Go ahead,
is.
Pakistan or Indian. Where are you from, bro?
Yes, he is. He's from
India.
India.
Oh,
He's
see
in
there, I pick
India.
it up. I pick it up, brother. I pick it up. And you better not say anything when y'all over there goddamn talking about the untouchables.
No, nobody is talking
Uh-huh. You
about
didn't know I know that, did you?
anti-dignity.
You're dealing with a genius here, bro, when it comes to this bullshit.
Yeah, but you
Sir,
still didn't answer my question though.
Your question is being answered, bro. You just don't like my answer.
Three-fifth compromise. How is that negatively affecting
I
you
just
in
told you. You
2022?
said, wait. I just told you we still
You just
have civil rights,
derailed.
brother. Wait a minute. I still told you again. You, as long as you look at yourself having civil rights, you are already
I
been.
don't. You assume that. Now,
No,
again,
you live in the United States.
three-fifths compromise. How is that negatively
live in the United
affecting
States,
you
don't
in the past
No,
2
you
years?
making your own law, right? You make your own law, bro. When have you
See,
signed a
he's
bill in? You making your own
derailing. He's
law. I
derailing
want to know.
because what he's
Hey,
doing, y'all,
hey,
is
did
cosplaying
he make
victimhood.
his
He
own
wants you
law?
to keep victimhood on your mind
I don't
into
know.
the
Hey,
year
no.
2500 and
Y'all
beyond.
say
He wants you
victimhood,
to
but y'all
keep
don't say
remembering that you were a
survivalhood. It's
victim
survivalhood,
way
brother.
back
It's
in the
not
19th
victimhood.
century.
Hey,
That's
TP,
what he
can you
wants
answer
you.
that
That's what
question?
all
Because
these
this
baby
gonna
boomers
filibuster.
do.
This guy
That's
gonna
what they
try to
want to
filibuster.
keep it going and keep
Hey,
it going and keep it going.
T-Park, can you answer that question?
They don't
What's
want you to
that?
have the nerve to
The
think that you
question
can
was
actually
difference
achieve
between
something.
a
Difference between a
reason
reason
and
and
an
a,
excuse.
I think a reason is more concrete. It has more meaning behind it. I think it's more real. An excuse is made up. It's conjured up. All right. An excuse is made up. A reason is real. All right. A reason matters. An excuse is just something
Why do it matter?
you conjured up to keep from
Why do a
doing
reason
something
matter?
or to do something.
Why
A
do
reason
reason
matter.
matter?
What do you mean? Why does it matter? It
Why
matters
do reason?
because that's the purpose. A reason would indicate purpose. All right, indicates purpose. Like the reason why I get my ass out of here and go to work is because I have people to take care of. Right now, if I didn't want to get out here and go to work, I'd be like, oh, I'm tired. I can't do it. My legs hurt. There's not enough work out there. Those will be excuses.
And you
Excuses are
see,
usually made
you see,
up.
you see why I love you, brother. This is why I love you, brother. Is you got these young whippersnappers on this channel who are about that nasty, and they couldn't answer a simple ass question that
Man,
really
everybody
goes.
young
I
to
don't.
you.
Okay,
I
no,
don't
you're
think
right.
that. I don't
I
think
signed.
that.
Wait. I know everybody young and I signed the goddamn 10 Commandments, brother. So you don't have to tell me I'm old. But what I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to tell you, see, I can do this for fun. I'm not one of these brothers to go get all twisted and bend over and get
I'm
mad
not
and all
either.
that
You don't hear me
Uh,
going
I'm a
all
well,
off on
we
you
have
you.
fun here too.
yeah, look, I congratulate you on
we
that, brother.
we
I
talk some
congratulate you
serious
on that.
shit, but we also have some
Yeah,
fun on here
that's what
too.
I'm saying.
So
I
it's all good.
congratulate you on that. At least at least you come to the table, with a full circle. TP, why I love you so much, brother. See these young brothers, a simple question like that. And this is what Dr. Fuller always say. You want to get your best results, just start asking questions. And I asked that question is because I asked that question for the last 3 weeks on almost 15 different panels and nobody could answer it. And it was just as simple as this. A reason I can't run a race in the morning because I broke my leg today. Excuse would be I don't have time. A reason is a controlled event that you're looking for a certain outcome without losing control. And it'll always have a result. I didn't know Speed was that smart, did you? I'm just bullshitting.
Yeah, but you never answered my question though.
Well, you didn't
while
even
you were
have a
talking about
question.
answering
I just
questions.
told you
I
again.
did.
I just
Dead.
told you right here. You can get right on this internet right now and call a black woman. You can call a black woman a gorilla. You can call her a dog. You can call her a nigger. You can call her anything you want to. But if you get on one of these shows and call a white woman a cracker, or you get on there one of these shows and call
People
a
have
Jewish
lost their
person,
jobs by calling people niggas and all that and
listen
gorillas
what I
and
just said. Not
comparing
on the
black
sound.
people to
Listen.
animals.
No,
People have gotten
listen,
fired
listen,
and
listen,
canceled because of that. What are you talking about?
listen what I'm saying, brother. I have been up and down these YouTube streets for almost going on 3 years now. I started off in Facebook. I have heard some of the most derogatory terms used towards black people by black people, but they would never.
In the past
This is
2
what
years?
hey, look, in the last fast 2 years, brother. I'm telling you right now. Go on there and use
What's
the K
Roseanne
word.
doing right now?
Go on there
Tell
and
me what
use the K
Roseanne.
word. Use the K word.
Where's Roseanne's show right now?
Hey, use the K word.
You're in the
Use the
you are
K-word.
in.
If you think there's no racism,
You know Hollywood,
brother,
right?
no.
Does
Use the
Roseanne
K-word.
own her show right now?
Hey. Use the K word.
Why she's not head
Listen
of her
what I
show
just
right
said.
now?
Use the K
Did she
word.
just say something derogatory to a non-black woman
brother. You forgot
or
they
a
brought
black
it back?
woman?
Did you forget they brought her show back?
They brought her show back without her.
Well, without
Where's
her,
she?
and then they offered to bring her back on, and she didn't even want to do it. Know your story.
But why does she
know
have
the
to go
complete
through
story.
all that?
Listen, I understand
If
that. That's
blacks
what y'all
don't
was
have
telling black people.
power. If blacks don't have power, they say, it was just a tweet, get over it, and Roseanne continued being the star of her show.
Listen again. It wasn't the embarrassing of black people, it was the embarrassing of white people. You got to understand they put themselves in check too. Because the top 1 or top 0.5% of them don't like the bullshit that's gonna affect their pocket, because that's what it comes down to them, is money. It comes down to money, and so they are not going to be looking in a certain type of way when it's going to interfere their money. You understand what I'm saying? And it's only until we start talking about certain issues that embarrass them by the statistics and the numbers that they ever make a move. If they were so good, brother, they would have made the move way before we start talking about it. All the things that we are able to do, somebody had to probably get their nuts bitten by a 4-legged dog, sicked on them by 2-legged dogs. Women got their breast bit off. All the things that we get to enjoy today, brother, you best believe there were certain people who talked about James Baldwin back in the day. Shut your fucking mouth. Martin Luther King, shut your fucking mouth. Malcolm X,
but
shut
the
your
point
fucking
is,
mouth.
we're enjoying these things today.
No, you are enjoying
and you never put that in your rhetoric. You never say that.
Yes, I do.
You want us to keep thinking about the oppression. You never want us to forget the oppression of yesteryear. And you don't see that as a problem.
The younger man, no, brother. I give the accolades where the accolades should be given. It's just like the brothers. This is not a short run, brother. This is a marathon. You got to understand
you just brought up 3/5 compromise in 2022, and you still haven't backed that up.
Reason why I did that, brother, because we still running around here with civil rights versus human rights. In 2022, since you want to keep saying
okay, so what's negative that has happened because of that? That's just my question.
Most certainly, you couldn't get. Listen, brother, you could not get some of the things you get with that mindset being in people who supposed to all be protected under the Constitution of the United States. They're supposed to be to have liberty. What you mean? What you mean?
Like what?
We're supposed to have every comfort
because of that
every
law
other
that's still on the books.
I'll tell you what the law.
What don't I have access to today?
You don't have access to vote unless they vote your ass in to vote. This is what I just said. They don't have to do it for no other group. Now, what would you call that? If they don't have to do it for no other group. You talking about the
electoral college? Are you talking about that system? That's everybody.
Brother, I'm not talking about the electoral college. What the hell are you talking about? That's how you get your president.
Somebody has to vote to vote. You talking about the
listen
electoral
what I just
college.
said. For you to be able to vote, there's a special law for black people and black people only. If you didn't know, that you have to be recognized by this country to have the right to vote. Now, if y'all think I'm lying, Google it right now. Why do they have to vote in Congress every 15 to 10 years? I forgot exactly what the year was, it 10 or 15. That black people have to have a special assembly in the Congress and have a vote so we have the right to vote. Now, why is that if there's no racism in this country?
I don't think no one's saying, OG, that there's no racism. I don't hear people say that. I hear
Well,
people
what are we
say,
talking about then? Because you obviously
I
it look, obviously you know
We're
that
talking about you wanting us to keep this in the back of our
I
heads
ain't
every
brother.
day, and I'm
You know
saying
yeah.
that's a
what?
problem.
Look,
That's
brother,
what
I,
I'm
I
I
saying.
don't.
just
Can
I
I tell
just
you
don't
something,
live,
brother? I
breathe,
really
eat,
don't
and
care if you.
sleep freaking
I don't care
racism.
if you. Look, brother. Let me tell you something about me. I don't care if you got a monkey for a best friend. If you got a leg like a fucking cat. I really don't give a fuck about you in that way as far as how you live your life. But what I am saying, there are a lot of people out there who can't speak for themselves and do not understand the system of white supremacy. And the only thing I'm doing,
Which does not exist at all. Now, I am saying that
okay. So
we got a little bit of racism, but we ain't got no fucking white supremacy in 2022.
I ain't say
Yes,
we
I
had.
said
I
it.
said system
Clip
of
it.
white. I said the system.
I
Today,
I actually I I
I
not
say the
not in
system, brother.
'65.
can
I say the
I
system.
can I
Go ahead,
chime
brother.
in?
Go
Yes.
Go
ahead.
ahead, Contriver.
Yes, because, sir, this is what I wanted to ask you regarding that. Here is what I have written about it as well. I was just scribbling on my notepad. Uh, if you think that there are some flaws in the system, and I agree, there could be some, according to you, I'm just taking further your point. Instead of the struggle against the system, why does the struggle always becomes against majority of any community of any country which is already taking the flak? Now, since I just want to, just one more sentence and then I will hand you over the microphone. What I'm trying to say is governments are always tyrannical. If you have seen the Shanghai lockdowns in China, they are, they are scanning your faces via drones. So the governments are always tyrannical. I'm just saying, instead of a 1984 George Orwellian dystopian reality, which is called as the government, which is the deep state, which is the whatever, the system which we are complaining about, why does it always have to direct or misdirect their anger towards the majority of the community, of the country, instead of the system itself?
Well, that is the fools of it, and that's why I never break it down as an individual. If you think I have in some of my best mentors was white people, police officers who was my boxing coaches. You take people who have helped my first job I ever had. It was called Speedy Prince right there on Independence Boulevard, and he was a Greek, considered himself a white man. So I have never took it out on the individual because they was born in the same system I was born in, sir. So what I am saying is,
Sir,
at
sir,
any time,
just as, with your permission,
yes, go ahead.
just a small interjection, just one line. Meanwhile, right now, when you were talking earlier, sir, before my point came across, you also uttered the word white supremacy.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
So
I
there
say
goes
not an
the matter.
individual. When I say the system of white supremacy, you can't separate them, sir. When you separate them, you're talking about two different conversations.
So those people also would have to come under the ambit or purview of
Yes,
white
most
supremacy.
certainly, but that don't mean
Okay.
all of them are in the same mindset, sir. You had people
Okay.
back even in slavery who was helping slavery who had to share the same uh, uh, skin tone and still was trying to help Africans to escape the South and go to the North. So this is what I'm saying, sir. I'm saying that there is a system, and just because there is a system, that don't mean you have to be a part of it. You understand? I am a true example of how that I have fought against that system, not an individual. See, when you start talking about an individual, then it throws the whole conversation off. It is a system. It was the same system that drew up the Constitution, never had us in mind as a people. That's why they put the 3/5 in there, because they wanted to balance the vote out throughout the South. So they made us 3/5 so we couldn't vote. You know, how do
As
you help
property. You have to say as property.
as
Because
property?
when
Thank
I
you,
was
brother.
written,
Thank you,
yeah,
brother.
yeah,
Thank you,
blacks
brother.
were
Yeah,
property.
I appreciate that. You know, I can stand all the help I can get.
That's a point.
So,
That's an important. We weren't
yes,
humans.
sir. Yes,
We weren't
sir. Yes,
3/5
sir.
It is.
humans.
It
We
really
were
is an
property
important point.
Yeah,
granted
just
the power
very
of 3/5 of a
right,
human.
right,
There's a
right. So,
difference.
yeah, it is, brother. Thank you for
Because
helping me.
the people who
Let me
considered
finish this. Let me
themselves
finish, brother. Question
the
over here.
well, I only have a small thing to say.
You always got a small thing to say, and that's probably what your girlfriend been telling you all your life. But anyway, let's get to the
Always,
next point.
always. Is it really
Well, it's a
always?
You
joke,
ain't
brother.
shit,
It's a
J
joke.
Speed.
Are
Yeah,
you
you know it's a joke.
exaggerating?
Y'all know how
Are you
JSP get down.
exaggerating? Maybe a little bit, even a little bit. You might be exaggerating.
You ain't shit,
Not
J
even a little bit.
Speed.
I always have
Y'all know
some
I'm gonna
small
make this
thing to
shit
say.
fun because I know I'm hated and loved at the same time. Go ahead, bro. Get your small
We don't
thing.
hate
You're
you.
just you're
We
just
just
being
got
hated
hateful.
over
questions.
here.
I know it.
Yeah,
Not
we
in a
just got
bad.
questions. That's all.
Wait a minute.
I don't hate you.
Let's get
I
this
don't
straight.
hate you,
When I
but
use
now
that
you're being
word, I
hateful.
use that word like a basketball game. The basketball team really don't hate the other basketball team, but when they're getting ready to get it in, it's all hate, you know, but not in a bad way. I'm trying to get this win. I'm not trying to get this L. So I
Go
use a
for it.
bad word.
Dunk
Maybe I
on
use
me.
a bad word. I won't use the H word. Go ahead, brother. Get your little thing in.
Go ahead.
It's your little thing. You ain't shit. I told him you ain't shit.
Check.
Oh boy, this is good. I'm waiting.
Ain't you glad?
So, are you still
glad you
are you
came?
going to answer my question now? 3/5.
Brother, every time I
Compromise.
wait. Hey, TP.
How is it
TP.
negatively affecting
TP.
any? Not you.
Hey, TP.
Anybody.
TP. Did you get this brother off the
Yes.
short bus with a helmet on his head? He's slobbing all over the mic and they ain't saying shit.
It was a ball
Well, I
cap.
answered this
It just
question a
looked
long
like
time ago. I said right now that we're still looked at as what? I'm not even say 3/5. I say we're still looked at as what? Civil. We have civil rights. And I said that you have to vote every 10 to 15 years so we have the right to vote in this country. And that affects you every day, bro. That affects you every day because when people are making these laws, what they call toll taxes and all these bullshit in the South, they're trying to bring that back. If we didn't have to vote every 10 to 15 years so we could vote, we can be like every other citizen in this country where we don't have to worry about that bullshit. So
But
that's
can I
happening
ask
with
you
you
this?
every day.
Do you think that vote will ever go against? Do you think that vote will ever go the other way?
I don't know. It depends who you get here. You get some people who hate you just as much as they hate you, the ones who made this type of law. It might come to
I mean,
develop itself
based on
back
what I
all over
see,
again.
they kind of need the black vote.
Well,
I know a
no,
certain party that
can
really
I
needs
just
the
be-
black vote. They ain't shit.
Can I tell you something? They are not
Mhm.
really looking for the black vote like they used to. They're looking for the Latino vote because they know black people go vote the same bullshit they always vote, the Democrat. And see, that's like giving your votes with no accountability of
But that
who the
party
fuck you vote.
loyalty has power.
That's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
like
That
it.
really fucks
I
them up.
hate it. I hate that they vote that way. I hate it.
Most
But it
certainly.
has power.
And they don't know the Democrat, what we call Dixiecrats back in the day. They weren't called Democrat, they were called Dixiecrat. They was the only one that voted against free and slave. It wasn't the
Yep,
Republican.
that is
Abraham
true.
Lincoln was. So I tell it on both sides, brother. That's what I'm trying to say. Is I don't feel like you should give your money or your votes or anything away just because you want to have loyalty towards a party and not know their policy. That's why I think me and you stand on the same ground on. I think that we should
Yep.
ask for what we want.
Because I don't even agree with party loyalty on the Republican side. Hell no.
Well, Well, wasn't that why the Republican Party started in the first place? It was started in what, like 1858, is because they wanted
Lincoln.
to, yeah, because they wanted to expand the Kansas Nebraska Act, and because there was only the Dixiecrats at that time, right? And they wanted to expand the Kansas Nebraska Act and and expand slavery per se. And the people who left and started the Republican Party. That's when the Republican Party came about, right? Am I mistaken in that? That's why
Well,
they did it, right? Because they wanted to expand the Kansas Nebraska Act, and the people who were against it left and started the Republican Party in
I'm a
1858.
never of a man who's going to comment anything that I'm not sure exactly why, how, and when it got started. I'm not one of them who wants to know and know everything, so I do not know that. But what I do know is Lincoln was a party that came into office. It wasn't to free the slaves. It was because the Confederate wanted to have their own tax, their own system, and everything. So Lincoln said in his letter, "If
OG frozen again. He's frozen
I separate
again.
themselves from the 13th colony."
Just to expound further and take further your point, Mr. OG, if I could, with your
Yes,
permission,
sir.
sir. Uh, there has been a recent revelation by a famous historian named Timothy Snyder, and he said that he gave a detailed, reference about it, that if these racists are going into the Republican Party, then that is why the African American community per se moved to the Democratic Party. So, as we all know, the Democratic Party was earlier known as the Party of KKK, Birth of a Nation, whatever. What I'm getting to is, when did the African American community switched parties? In the 30s, if I'm not mistaken, between 30 and 36, 1930 and 36. So that was the case. And Republicans in the South and everywhere transitioned from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party in the 60s. So I would say around 29 years too late or something, if I'm not mistaken. So
Well,
which was, I mean, supposedly, if we take the argument that the Civil War was not about freeing the slaves and everything, but it was a byproduct of the Civil War, and Lincoln won all of a sudden,
yeah, and the
shockingly.
reason why it
So so
was because the reason
so
why,
j-
yeah, it
y-
wasn't
y- j-
initially, it wasn't
uh,
initially, but again, he spoke, and he wrote this in his letters. Y'all have to understand history. He said if he could have kept the Union together, he would have never freed the slave. And that's why most of the stuff that Southern people had lost. Because when you lose a war with the United States of America, you got to understand we reap the rewards of your land and everything. And after they lost the war, which blacks was joining the army just as fast as they can put an X on a damn piece of paper, because they had the will to fight. And believe it or not, the South was giving the North all the hell they could stand, because you had two generals who came from the same damn school, Westport. So what I'm trying to say is it was an incentive, because not only did you increase a better fighting men,
yes,
right? You you can
but
get your country back. But I want to answer your
the
question
the
this
the
way,
the
brother. This
the,
is how you
the, the,
answer
the
your question. Can I just
it,
answer that question, the first part?
no, I did not ask the question, by the way. The
Okay.
point I was getting to, was that, I mean, supposedly, directly or indirectly, Republican Party became the party of African Americans,
Most
and
certainly.
and emancipation and Lincoln. So,
Yes.
the question now here is, why did the African American community transitioned from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party in the 30s?
Oh, so that is your question.
Yes, sir.
FDR.
Very, he just said it, FDR. When you give somebody something and they are surviving, and it's almost like how there's some of the most scum of this earth charm certain people on this earth to get them in a certain situation, to take advantage of them, abuse them, and uh caress. I didn't say molest, I say caress them. It's charming. It's charming in water. Are you a fisherman, sir? When I usually go fishing, just before I go fishing, if I'm gonna go to that place, I usually get there 2 weeks before I go fishing and charm the lake. It's against the law in some places, but most places it's not. Where you go throw the bait that you go be using in a certain part of the lake, and you come back 2 or 3 weeks later, when you put that bait on a hook, them fish will just go ahead and bite it without even any conscience of any thought. And so we call that charming the lake. Well, you can do the same thing with people. You can make them feel like you're doing something with one hand and give them something with another hand, and before you know it, you got everybody on pat rallies. You got all kinds of pom poms and cartwheels and all kinds of other shit on the sideline happen, saying how great you are. So that's what happened. You are correct, FDR. Thank you,
I
by
brother. I told you I need
j-
all the
j-
help I can.
by appealing
surely.
to their emotions, right? By appealing
Most
to the
certainly.
No,
fleeting
no, no.
emotions.
Like
Cyber,
giving them
just a
free
second.
stuff. It's
Right.
Mr.
kind of
Clue,
hard to go against
with
someone's offering something for free or what they
Mr. Clue,
perceive as
What,
free.
what, may I ask a question?
I
Who is giving free stuff?
uh, politicians. I mean, just
No, 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 no. I said who is the free stuff giving to? Is what I'm saying.
Giving the blacks to switch. I was answering his question. Giving the blacks to switch them over to the Democratic Party,
Oh, they
the
give
party
it
of
to
slavery.
whites
Oh,
too.
wait a minute. Hold on. Why you want to talk about the Democrat Party's the party slavery part? You know,
That's
you
what
know.
they are.
Well. Do you know who wrote the Declaration of the Constitution of the United States? James Madison, right? And what political party James Madison was a part of? That like you black conservatives love to sit
Well, the
there and talk about the
Republicans hadn't
Constitution.
been invented yet.
No. The Jeffersonians became the Democratic Party. So what are you talking about?
No,
And I'm
well,
saying,
he was talking about
let me
1930.
go here. No,
We're trying to
let
stay
me
with
go here.
1930. That's why I was answering his question.
1930.
Yeah, that was his
yes.
question was about 1930, not
Wait a minute.
17, whatever you're talking about.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Why you talking about 1930, but then though you talk about something happening about slavery when slavery ended in 80 about 60 years prior?
Because his question was, why did they switch over
Yeah,
to the
okay,
Democrat from
But
slavery?
I tell you what. Then. You want to know why there was a switch? You know why there was a switch
Well, there
between
wasn't a switch. We're talking about how blacks suddenly wanted to support the Democratic Party in the 30s.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
Enlighten
Cause
me.
I see. I'm not gonna do those old run in the mill talking points. Go read James Garfield's inaugural address. Then I want you to read William Howard Taft's inaugural address, and that'll explain to you why black people did not vote Republican. Because James Madison, no, not James Garfield, who was elected in 1880, was on that whole I'm gonna give black people stuff, I'm gonna give black people rights, woo. When William Howard Taft became president in 1909, he said, fuck what black people want. That's for states' rights. So y'all got to be honest instead of using them same talking points y'all got from Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity talking points.
Who is y'all? You're obviously
No.
triggered by a group of
People
people.
like
Who is y'all?
y'all black conservatives. Y'all
I'm not
black
a black
conservatives get on my fucking
conservative.
nerves.
I'm not. Hold up. I'm not a black conservative.
Yeah, but like you sound like one.
Sound like one. I mean, I am.
I mean,
I'm not
I
a
just
black
wanted
conservative.
to,
Hell
Mr.
no.
Big J Triple X.
I'm a
If I could,
conservative.
if
No,
I,
what are you conservative on?
I'm
I mean-
conservative on money, conservative on spirituality, conservative on things dealing with real estate, conservative on war, those kind of things.
Oh,
But this
wait a
black conservative title doesn't apply to me.
Yeah, but every time I look at WOAI 1200, there's always some white person bring up a black conservative. Every time when they discuss black people, they bring in
Well,
Candace Owens or that coon
Well, you
ass
need to
nigga
talk
named
to them.
Brandon
You
Tatum.
need to talk to them.
But
But-
there's always a black conservative chastising the black community, black people. And I'm gonna say right now, I'm not a pro-black. I'm not a back to Africa. I'm not those Garveyite Negroes who said red ball, green ball, black ball, flag. I'm not one of those either. So I'm super of that. I'm outside of that. All that paradigm because I
And
know
I
I'm not
love
a black
it.
conservative either, obviously.
Wait. I am, and I love it. And that's why I say be black. I hear you. Because what else would you want me to be? Every cell in my body makes me pro-black. Because that's who I am.
But here's the thing. But like you pro-black be saying some stupid shit. I'm sorry.
Okay, well you say wait.
I mean, some of the things will come out of my mouth.
Let's just say
sense.
let's just say you disagree. Let me get on camera. Let's say you disagree with what I'm saying. Why do my shit have to be stupid? You bring up Tap. Who came behind him? Mr. Harley. Who came up behind him?
Came out behind
Who
Taft,
voted in?
It was Wilson.
Who
Wilson
took out
came behind
who
Taft.
took out money off the standards, sir?
Wilson
Came
did.
up right behind him, sir. That's why
Wilson
every dollar
came
we
after
print now
Taft.
is with a debt, sir. Who came up with Social Security? I mean, not Social Security, IRS. Right behind him, sir.
I said Wilson. Wilson. How many times I gotta say it?
Woodrow Wilson? Well, I'm gonna just keep laying it out for you. I'm gonna lay out all the things that you think that was great by one party. See, I don't go with one party versus. Wait a minute. I don't go with one party versus other party because this is how I look at it, sir. I look at it. You put 9 snakes in a bag and one is poison. You put your goddamn hand in there and pick out the one who's not poison.
What does that mean, though?
It means that you can't tell. It means that you can't tell. The Democrat Party has did more damage in our community than any conservative you see on this goddamn internet talking this bullshit.
That's not even my argument. That's not even my argument.
What I'm just saying is, black people have always been conservative. We were the first one who had to be forced to like this LBG. We had to be forced to like abortion. We had to be forced. All this shit came from this Democratic Party because the opposite party is the opposite. And the only difference between the two, let's just be absolutely truthful. The only difference between the two, the Republicans want to kill your ass after you born. The Democrats want to kill your ass before you born.
Actually,
never thought about
you're
that,
wrong because Nelson Rockefeller was a Republican governor of New York. He was pro-choice, pro-abortion. That was back in the 60s before any Democrat was a part of it.
Again, sir, who pushed that narrative today? There are over 100,000 black babies.
Yeah,
if you want to start talking about Black Lives Matters, who was that shit? Who pulls that puppy out of the goddamn string?
Big J's
hold on, sir.
Democrats.
This is 2 black men talking right about now. We finna get some shit off the table. Who pushed that agenda, sir?
Liberals.
Liberals out of what party, sir?
Well, for right now, the Democrats for right now.
Thank you, sir. And who puts this all this things that we have to fight against every day in the courtroom, all these gifts to women who don't want to really marry anybody, but they want to lay down and have babies? Who puts that agenda so we can support them, even though you might be the father, but you might be paying taxes, which the government the federal government sends to the state, where it impels to put money into what? Put money into child support, where you get aid from the government, but that same motherfucker's gonna be charged for a crime for not paying the goddamn child support when he pays taxes on a job.
Debtor's
And you
prison.
might call that a stretch, but I don't.
The debtor's prison.
Let's be honest. See,
what was dishonest in what I just said?
Arguments.
What was dishonest in what I just said?
Hold on.
If you go accuse me of something, tell me what I was dishonest in, sir.
No, you
that
were
was
honest.
Ronald Wilson Reagan. Hold on. That was Ronald Wilson Reagan, 1967, when he passed
No fault divorce.
law. No, quiet. I'm talking because no fault divorce laws was created by Ronald Wilson Reagan, a Republican out of California, who actually was backing that bullshit. That what you talking about, sir.
I'm asking you today. We are talking about present day, sir. We're not talking about when men sit down on a toilet stool like women to take a piss. We are talking about 2022. Who pushed these agendas today, sir? Republicans or Democrats?
That's all I want to know. Are we talking about today? Or are we talking about
today?
I'm
talking about today. Who pushed these agendas today in our community? What party pushes these agendas?
Mainly people who seem to be liberal.
Or in what party? Mostly in what party, sir?
The Democratic Party mostly.
Thank you, sir. You are a very honest person.
Well
is deep,
but he
sir.
came up here to talk about black Republicans.
Hold on.
Black conservatives, as he calls it.
Hold on. Let's put a caveat in what you just said, because that's a bumper sticker argument. Let's dig a little bit deeper, J Speed. And that goes for you so-called black conservatives too. Because like y'all,
I mean, that's who he came up here to talk about is black conservatives.
He's
triggered by black conservatives.
I don't like
conservative has nothing to do with the Republican Party, sir. We came here from Africa being conservatives.
Wait a minute.
We conserve the way we look at things. We conserve nature, the natural order of things. But are we like that today, sir? Hell no. When you got men trying to be women, women trying to be men, there ain't nothing conservative about that shit. That's some new freaky shit that we're trying in the United States of America. So understand again, the difference between the Republican Party and conservative is totally different.
Again, J Speed.
Yes, sir.
Why are you talking as I'm talking? When you ask me a question, I'm responding to it.
I just say yes, sir.
Every time I open my mouth trying to talk, you want to over talk.
Hey, brother, get your finger out of your asshole and start talking, please. Please do that, brother. You're starting to sound like somebody who will be wearing a wig and makeup. Please do not do that with me. Please do not do that with me. Because I'm gonna be looking for you.
Come on, listen, breathe. Breathe. You
got the wrong one, Big X. You got the wrong one.
Well, let me ask. Hold on a second. Let me ask the non-black people that are on this here panel. When you hear this conservative and liberal talk, do you think that it's focused on racial things? I mean, is conservatism anti-black? Is liberalism pro-black? As to people who aren't black people, what do you guys think of that? Like, is that a thing, or do people think it's a thing?
I think conservatism is another ism, just like any of the other ones. But being conservative is an individual path that someone adheres to so as to conserve the things that they see as valuable in their life and for their course of their life. As long as there's not an ism involved, meaning that it's for other people or a group thing, because as it was stated earlier in the show, I forget who said it, but everybody's different. And I know we've all heard that before. It's cliche, but it's true. People are different. So the ists and the isms don't pan out unless there's authoritarian isms and dictatorship involved. But being conservative adheres to what OG said about natural order and structure because it seeks balance, not chaos.
Mm.
And emotion rides the wind.
Tell me something. Well, tell me something. You know,
Yeah.
conservatives
Can I,
love to talk about the
sir,
border, right? Hold on.
Mr. Big J,
Conservatives love to talk about the border, right? I'm in
sir,
Texas,
sir,
right?
sir, with due respect, I mean, could a minority speak? It's fine. It's fine. Just saying.
He's a minority speak. Yeah, it's weird being the minority, isn't it?
Get it in, brother.
That was
Go ahead,
funny.
go ahead, Contriver. Go
Okay.
ahead, Contriver.
Okay. Thanks a lot, sir. What I'm trying to say is, if we are talking about the problems, everyone knows that in their own, convoluted way or not, even if it is convoluted, I would have to put out that caveat as well. If we know the problem, then the solution is not more government, because this all this theories about leftist, liberal, conservative. I would tell you what happened, taking two recent examples. uh, Soviet Union, the October Revolution happened. Tsar Nicholas II and his whole family was assassinated, and the bourgeoisie came to power. When Vladimir Lenin came to power, I mean, state control, authoritarianism, he allowed anal sex. I mean, I'm just paraphrasing, and all these other theories about sleeping around and whatnot. Uh, LGBT, everything. He allowed everything. When he was on his deathbed and Joseph Stalin came to power, he said that with the World War looming and there is an Adolf Hitler actually rising in the military ranks of the erstwhile Weimar Republic, what is going to happen is we have to conserve ourselves. So he disbanded all of the laws, negated, and introduced new laws for the erstwhile Soviet Union, which banned all of that LGBT and every other nonsense. So, what I'm getting is these isms don't mean anything today. There is a natural order of things, and there is an unnatural order of things. Let me be blunt and say it. So we have weaned away from the natural order of things because we have politicized each and everything. Ultimately, what people are going to do is what people are going to do. I'm saying the marketing of that, including the identitarianism, has to end. So I'm just saying, just like we have a great example of Mr. OG, who is a Hollywood celebrity, a famous personality, people should learn from his life struggles as well as Denzel Washington and others. So, my point is responsibility is on the individual himself or herself in case of him. If I cannot do an MBA and come as an immigrant with just $100 in my hand, there have been people who now own a house within 3 years. The problem is that they are teetotalers, they don't go outside. conserving means really conserving your money, conserving your urges, conserving each and everything. And unfortunately or fortunately, we have weaned away from a minimalist lifestyle as well. Plus, we think that and second thing I wanted to mention is to Mr. OG, is that you said individuals. I mean, the earlier question which I asked you, sir, you said that you have never been against individuals, but somehow in the equation, what I'm trying to say, it is not your fault, it is not an individual's fault, I agree, sir, but the concept of minority versus majority becomes the talking point or the narrative. The reason being, minority and majority of the masses think it that way, if I'm not mistaken. Whether it is about governmental organizations or whether it is about people in that system holding those governmental designations, whom we call as people in power. And if we put extreme pressure and we would continue this ongoing struggle which we are having, then somehow this entire system which we are complaining about as well would implode from within. I mean, is there a possibility of that? Because Rome 1.0 is a prime example of that. Some part of it which was later taken over by the Germanic pagans, the Goths and all that. So, sir, Mr. Oji, this question was directed to you, sir.
Okay. Well, like you said about the question, you made a broad. I mean, the first part of your statement was great. I couldn't disagree with anything you said. But the question brings something else. The question has never been asked in any of these affairs all over the world. Why? And if you could
Pardon, sir?
answer that question,
Could you just repeat that?
of all these affairs around the world that you were speaking of earlier about, majority versus minority has always looked at certain things a certain way. But I think we're talking about a different monster here. We're talking about people are 16% of this planet right now. You can Google it or you can do the numbers. The people who are talking about 16% of this population of this planet, why did they own close to 95% of the wealth on this planet? Why is it everywhere they go at, they either interfere with the system that they are coming in newly to see, to try to understand, but they're come in to tear it up. Then you start asking yourself, why is this happening? Why is this happening everywhere they go? They turn things upside down. 16% of the population on this planet. And then when you know why, it's called annihilation. See, when he first started exploring all over the world, he used to stick his little penis in the women all over the world. When he came back into his exploring the oceans and the different places of the world, he looked at all the kids and none of them looked like him. All of them had been touched. And when I say touched, that's like putting a black dot in vanilla ice cream. Once you do that, it becomes of color. It's called annihilation. So once he figured that out, he had to figure out what could he do to equalize him or his kind being annihilated. So he came up with the pistola. It looks like the black man strode him. Now y'all might have heard this story before. You didn't believe it, but they called it when it first was invented the equalizer. What was he trying to equalize? He was trying to equalize his existence on this planet without him and his future being disturbed. So it's not just about what you see on the surface. It's about him living in the future. It's about his kind living in the future because he know once he mix any drop of intermelanated DNA in his DNA, it becomes non-white. And so that's the question that I figure everything that I speak about from that perspective. because I understand it. And do he has a right to not to be annihilated? You are right. If we was in the same position, we'd probably do the same thing. But to act as if this don't exist, then something is wrong with us. Because no species on this planet in the natural order of things want to be annihilated. And so this is the big question that most of us can't even answer. It's why. And I just gave you my reason why. Now, is it true or is it not true? These events did happen. Do he think the same way I just tried to explain it? I don't know. I'm not a white male. But what I do know, the black man on this planet is not a color. It's the essence of all color. Because in his DNA, you can see all races. So you can take it either way you want. That's the basis that I get all my information to fight and push forward. I understand why he's doing what he's doing. That's why I can't hate as an individual. But the system of white supremacists do exist. One way or the other, we can talk about this for 50 more years. There is a historian who's very prominent in this area, and his name is Nilla Fuller. If you have a chance, go listen to some of his tapes or even get his book that he called The Code. And
I've
you'll
heard a
quite
good bit.
understand.
I've heard a good
Yes,
bit
sir.
of Neely Fuller Jr.
Yes, sir.
And I would like to touch on something that you mentioned earlier. It seemed like you were posing a question of how we as a species, humans, tend to suffer in a way that's unique to all the creatures on the planet. And I know of something that we have that's unique to us compared to all the creatures on the planet, and that is self-identification. Dolphins can recognize themselves in a picture or a movie, and some primates can too, but they don't really perceive their self in the future or in relation to the perception of others. They don't have that self-perception, that identity. And that is the window where they come in and attack. And I think we're kind of onto the way that they attack, being through identity politics, because it's oxymoronic, it's mentally exhausting, it's emotionally exhilarating or accelerating, and it doesn't have an aim. So where does that leave us? In chaos.
Until we get our
Uh,
objective. Objective
Mr.
is to replace. Listen, I'm just go end up his statement, which was very eloquent. If you go on to replace the system of white supremacy, you go have to replace it with justice, and not for the United States. That's all over the world. Why is it a country that was had a traumatic experience with slavery, just paying France their country wealth about 8 years ago? Why is it there are certain countries in Africa that still paying France for the loss of their property we would call human beings? And so until the unfairness on this planet, we should never stop fighting, regardless of how high we get in any society. Because the man on the bottom, if he's treated unfair, your fairness or where you have benefit from the unfairness is still not fair.
There is no white supremacy today. Period.
In your world,
It's all gone.
you have the
Yeah,
right
let
to
me-
say that.
It's all gone.
No, well, okay. Let me. Okay, then tell me something. Since though I live in a red state, do you really live in a red state? For the person who said there's no such thing as white supremacy,
I do.
what state? What state you in? A red state, blue state?
I'm in Georgia.
Wow. Well, tell me something. Since you in the in Georgia, what is the spending level of spending dollars on your education versus that of the criminal justice? How much money is spent on your public school student versus that of a prison inmate?
I don't know this information. I will admit it.
Wow. So therefore, if you go to a study, I think there's a study by I think it's called YouGov or some website where it shows that, well, in the former Confederacy, on the average, you're spending between $3,000 to $6,000 spent on a spent on a public school student, while it's 35, 65, up to almost $85,000 spent on a prison inmate. So
what does that have to do with
y'all?
my
So
statement?
y'all think conservatism is so good, and there's no such thing as white supremacy? Well, hey, y'all can say I don't hate on my state. I'm telling the truth. I'm the only person who probably on this panel, with the exception of Jay Speed, who's actually ain't talking about platitudes. No, how come in your state of Georgia, in my state of Texas, in the state of Tennessee, and in Mississippi, how come in the old Confederacy we spent more money on locking your ass up than educating you?
What does that have
Y'all
to do with
never,
white supremacy?
and y'all think conservatism is
What
supposed to
does
be
that
the
have to
best thing
do
ever?
with white supremacy not existing, which is that was my statement.
So who made up? Who are in the prisons more? Who are in the prisons more, sir?
Every race in this country
No.
has a representative in prison.
Who makes up the majority? Who makes up the majority of
The same people that make up the majority of the crime. Yeah, I said it. You got anything? You gonna say something else?
Yeah, I said it.
Yeah.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a
committing
second.
crime
Hold on.
and stop getting locked up. As simple as that.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. God damn it. Hold on. Shout out to Don Gordito with the $5 super chat. He says excuses are reasons to avoid accountability. A reason is an explanation of why something was done. I agree. Brother Don Gordito, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And shout out to the OG with the $5 super chat. He says, loves this talk. OG, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And also, shout out to Brother A Truism with the Cash App. Appreciate that, Brother A Truism. You get this, my brother. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, Cash App. Go ahead, Brother Big J.
We got some reading rainbows in the chat room. I wasn't just talking about Georgia. I said earlier. What did I say earlier? I said the old Confederacy, not just talking about Georgia. See, context matters. See, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all some reading rainbows. Comprehend what I said the old Confederate, including Georgia, Texas, Tennessee. And Mississippi. That's what I said. Y'all bunch of reading rainbows.
Yeah, but what does that got to do with my statement of there's no white supremacy? I'm still on that. I'm not going to let you forget that.
Perspective. Now back to what I'm saying. You spend on average between $4,000 to $6,000 and 40 plus on prison inmate. When there's more laws, geared towards locking somebody up than educate them. That's what I said. What? But everybody said, man. Yeah,
What's that
man.
got to do with white
You're,
supremacy?
no. If you're making more and more laws about if you make more and more laws, you create more and more criminals. That's the point.
Criminals.
If you slash out 40% of the laws, then you have less crime. Like the drug war. The drug war is the prime example of that. That's why I backed the libertarians before I vote Republican. If I don't like the Democratic candidate, because it makes sense.
So what you're saying, brother Big J, is that
these Cordonian law, these dictatorial laws, like the drug war, you would have less criminals, less people commit crime.
We would have less crime if we had less laws, is what you're saying. We'd have less crime.
Yeah, if you like the drug war, if there was no such thing as a drug war, would you have prisons, the prison industrial complex? You wouldn't.
Yeah, you have a whole lot of free people, beat up on meth. That's what you would have. They're out free. They're not locked up. They're out free.
We're
not talking about meth. We're talking about.
You have drug addicts free. You think that's a better society, Big J?
Huh?
I mean, I have to.
I said in the drug war.
That's what I'm saying. So you
go
just
ahead.
want to legalize all these joints?
No. If you in the drug war and focus more on education, you wouldn't be worried. Education and mental health, you wouldn't be worrying about so and so looking for their fix. Drew a pipe. They'll have to have the mental tools to work out their problems out, rather than looking for something inside of a bottle or inside of a pipe to fix their problems.
So education is what is the key to get people away from drugs. Is that what you're saying?
I said education and mental health.
Yeah, but aren't you asking the state to take responsibility for people, that they should have responsibility for their own selves? You're telling the government, well, hey, look, if y'all focus more on this shit, maybe people wouldn't commit crimes. That's basically what you're saying. Like, I don't really like that kind of talk. Well, we need these alternatives to crimes. No, bullshit. A motherfucker that's gonna rob liquor stores, no matter how many programs, boot camps, or
college is free.
You can give motherfuckers a free ride to university. They still gonna rob liquor stores.
Here is the classic trope in this shitting circuit of YouTube. We got this trope, and it's getting on my fucking nerves for the past 15 years to hear the same old shit over and over. Here's where I'm tired of hearing. Oh, it starts at the home argument. Yeah, we get that. We know it makes we know that that's a cop out. We know it starts at the home. The problem is
that's literally the solution.
And we going to use the ghost shock of 1971. Everybody complain about Big Booty Brenda and her badass kids. Well, guess what? What year did you saw an increase of single motherhood? Oh, after 1972. If you look at black male unemployment after Richard Nixon took money off the gold.
That's a good point.
You'll see, and you saw a lot of black people become unemployed about that. Yo, read a book, Reading Rainbows. Y'all don't do no research. Y'all want to blame liberals for every damn thing. When it's something,
but the drug war is more than people who want to get high. The drug war also consists of people who want to make money off of people who want to get high too. Education ain't getting rid of the desire to be wealthy. So how is education supposed to make those people go away?
What did I say? I said education and mental health. I said both.
Yeah, but people who want to make money, they're not mentally ill. They just want to make money.
You're trying that Joe Pags Sean Hannity talking point
See,
of
you
trying to slice what
you got
half
a
of what I
beef with
said.
you got a
They put
beef with
everything I said.
black or
I'm about to
conservative.
talk
I'm
about
not talking
everything I
about
said.
them. I'm having a conversation with you. Stop bringing up celebrity conservatives. I'm having a conversation with you. I'm telling you, there's more to the drug war than people that want to get high. There's people that want to make money off of
I
people
know
who want to
that.
get high.
I know that.
And they're not mentally ill.
Hold on.
They're not mentally ill.
I worked
They're
in
just
the criminal justice
business people.
system. I worked in the criminal justice system. You have to remind me.
Yeah, but
that.
how is education and spending more money on education supposed to get rid of the person who wants to make money off of people getting high? That's part of the drug war too.
Yes, but how much tax money, if there was no such thing in them laws, you was spending less tax money on drugs. You have more on yourself to spend. There will be no need for you to sell dope. And I know Don Gordy gonna come up here and try and mess up the argument up and try and troll his way up. Don't come in here, Don.
So
let me shine on this.
But there's a certain section of our society that doesn't want legit jobs, 9 to 5s. That's why they get into the drug community. They get into the drug industry.
I don't think
there's no boss. Well, there's a boss, but it's not the traditional boss.
I don't think you can throw money at a lot of these problems.
I'm not talking about drawing money.
A lot of people say that let's throw money at it, but I just don't think a person who's determined, especially if he's raised by some old ratchet ass baby mama, no matter what you put in place, guess what? He's still gonna go out there and sell dope. He's still gonna go out there and rob liquor stores. He's still gonna go out there and steal cars. I mean, so I think being raised in a decent environment will probably make you more acclimated to these whatever structures you say we need more of. Yes, but at the end of it all, I mean, if you somebody who being raised by irresponsible ass people, guess what? No matter how much stuff is in front of you, no matter how great the schools are, no matter how quote unquote equal the system is, if you destined to be somebody that sells drugs, rob liquor stores, and knock old ladies in the head in the subway, I'm not going to look at you and say, well, you know, if you would have had more education, you might have would have not did this. No, you somebody who's going to do this shit anyway.
Yeah. Well, how would you explain
like fast money?
TP.
Money.
Hey, TP, how would you explain Malcolm X then with all that you just said?
Yeah, but Malcolm X is a one-off. Y'all always
no. Malcolm X.
I know somebody who they were not one of 9 kids raised by a crackhead, and they became an astronaut.
TP, TP, ask your friend Shahzad Ali if Malcolm is a one-all. She'll tell you she's seen many brothers and sisters come through that same program and change their life. And this is what I'm just saying is, no. I think you just has to be put in there because you're brushing everybody under the same brush. And you can't
but let's be honest here, OG.
Do that and say,
most dudes that go,
you got away with driving reckless because you was 25 miles over the speed limit.
Most dudes that go to prison are not going to become a Malcolm X. We know that.
TP,
we
you
know
would have
that.
had a federal record just driving 25 miles over the speed limit when nobody was looking.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? But you did get caught.
We know most dudes who go to prison are not going to become a Malcolm X.
We understand that. We're trying to get them
like.
Wait a minute. What we're trying to do, TP, because you say you can't throw money at it. Well, how do you throw time, effort, and everything else? Because people ain't going to work for free, bro. So what I'm trying to say is,
I'll tell you how you do it. You know how you do it before they get there? It's called
no. Let me finish.
parenting.
Literally the solution.
Parenting.
Literally the solution.
PTP.
Literally.
You are correct. But when we live in a society, listen to what I'm saying, TP. When we live in a society, when it's been promoted for the last close to 42 years, promoting the 2-parent outside the household working. And so again, you say you ain't gonna throw no money at it, and I'm saying to you again, well, someone's gonna have to take the responsibility and the duties of raising these children if you're gonna have two parents outside the household. So again, you have to look at the problem in its own complexity. And so what I'm saying is say that as life and times change, you have to make readjustments in life. And just to say a blanket statement, money can't be told that or this can't be that way or this can, I would love to get the children way before they get into the prison system. I would love to get the children before they get into probation system or the court system. But we know that we live in a reality of life and it ain't nothing's perfect. But what we can do is make adjustments in life. Just like we make adjustments, we make more adjustments on the kind of car we go drive or the shoes we go wear than the human beings that we go have to deal with.
Well,
just because they promoted the two parents outside, working outside, doesn't mean it should have been done. It doesn't mean it was a good idea.
No, but I'm saying, look, when I was coming up,
guess what? Some of us are going to grow up and be losers. That's just the truth.
Yes,
everybody's not going to be a winner.
TP.
There are going to be losers.
Your thing is, what you think, TP, is, we're gonna put a small sector for that. There's some people who's just gonna grow up and be nothing but
some people are gonna be losers,
we're gonna give them that.
No matter what you do.
But
they're always gonna
be. Again, education plays a factor in the knowledge of what the person might be receiving around his household, in his school, his community, and everything else. It's the knowledge that's imprinted inside of his head or her head. It's what she sees as being a way to take this way or a way to take that way. So,
but it's not the solution to the drug war.
But again.
No.
See, one thing you don't know, you might know my Hollywood story, but you don't know I got 32 people in my house right now who suffer from the same things that I work at every day. And you said it ain't gonna solve the problem. Yeah, there's nothing ever gonna solve the problem to the person, the individual decide for themselves. I need to make a change. You can't want it before them. But once they do need to make change, there's going to be roads and tribulation. They go how to jump, go around, and everything else. Without that support, they're not going to be able to come out of it. And these going to be the same people you put back in the street again. Who's going to be breaking your cars, breaking in your house, and stuff like that. I'd rather catch them on the end when they're made up their mind, tired of being tired, and they want help. You give them something where they can look forward to it. That's what I do. I do it 24/7. When I walked away from this right here, when you seen Be Black, I tell you, I took care of two situations that I'm dealing with inside of my house. I'm not the one who's really giving up on humanity. I'm not the one that every time a little trouble comes, I just look the other way. Because I might look the other way today and I might see that same person with a gun upside my head in my fucking bedroom while I'm asleep who just broke in my house. So I would like to catch that person before they decide to do something like that. So what I'm trying to say is we all got to put something in, man. We all part of the human race. We got to put something in and look for a better result. That's what I'm looking for, a higher vibration, a different result. We just can't stand to the side and say it's going to happen all by itself. Without the work, you cannot have a good outcome.
So what do you
sir,
I'm sorry.
Mr. OG, a follow-up question to that would be from my side.
Go ahead. Contriver. Go ahead, Contriver. Then I'm going to go down to Brother Don Gordito. So
y'all forget he's the minority.
Yes. So the bigger question is about the solutions which we are asking for. So the solutions is that, since you have already talked about that, the reasons being it has not rendered no benefits till date to the African American origin community, if I'm not mistaken. Am I?
I think it have benefit. I think there's always for improvement, brother. But you can't look at the African American community and say it's the same. No more than I can look at any other community and say it's the same.
Surely. So, is this about universal suffrage? Or
no, we're speaking.
What is the bigger question? The
The
bigger
bigger
issue.
question is, the biggest question is, knowledge is power if you put it into action. If you don't put it into action, it just become a book. But I think the greatest power of any man or woman is great examples, and I think that's what I try to do. I'm not perfect, but these are the things that I try to lay on the table. Try to be the best example of myself, and to be the best of myself. I'm not one who willing to just throw people away because they made a mistake in their life or they had hardships in life, whatever their reason or excuse may be. If they make a change in their life, I hope I could be there or someone like that could be there. And that's even for my children or anyone else that I may know or not know, that there will be a helping hand like that. It's just like a emergency room, brother. When it really comes down, that's why we have it in America in the emergency room. Even though the person don't have insurance, if that person comes in there with a real emergency, you can't deny them. And what I'm saying is, when a human being wants to change themselves, after not being accountable for all the bullshit they did in the neighborhood or whatever they did to anyone, but they want to be truthful and make that change, they go have to have some kind of platform where they can have a support system. And I hope that we are not so far out there on the left or right that we can't see people in need who wants to make a change and not offer them an opportunity.
Well, sir, but is
Oh,
that
hold
a
on,
giant leap towards the
hold on,
solution which
brother
we are talking
Contriver.
about? Yes, sir.
Hold on, brother Contriver, because I want to go to brother Don Gordito because he just got here. Brother Don Gordito, go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, panel? Yeah,
You got it.
I agree with some of what J Speed is saying. I understand what he's saying completely. But what we're talking about here is like, where does all this start? Like you said that you want to stop the person before they put a gun to your head, and which I understand, but where does that start?
Parenting before baby get here.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. It's like we live in 2022, okay?
Yes, sir.
I understand that the education system needs to be revamped. I agree with Big J on that. However, you shouldn't, just because the education system needs to be revamped, that doesn't mean that you can't teach your kids, simple stuff like the alphabet, simple mathematics, basic math. Teach them how to read. Like we have to take accountability and invest in our children if we want them to be successful in this country, because this country is getting competitive, and
Agreed.
you're gonna have people coming in here that doesn't care about what happened to us in the past. Like they're not going to care about that. They're here to compete. So if you want your child to compete, you have to take it upon yourself to make use of all these resources that we have available to us in today's day, in today's
Most
society. I mean.
certainly. Most certainly. I agree with that. Whatever what you just said, brother. See, that's the thing with me. If a person says something intelligent, they say something you can put in front of you and you can see it can work, why not agree along this? I think a lot of us just to disagree on these platforms. I'm not that one. I'm the one
Correct.
who's trying to look for solutions and the best interest of humanity and himself, and whoever it comes from. I don't care if it comes from a Republican. I don't care if it comes from a Democrat. I really don't give a fuck if it comes from the Ku Klux Klan. If they say something that can help mankind, then I'm willing to follow that and put it implement it into a plan.
Yep.
Sir, then one point which I wanted
That's
to
a
touch
cop
on.
out. Some of that is a cop out. I'm sorry. I mean, it's like, well, man. Oh, who cares? It always leads to a cop out answer. Well, it begins at the home, as if we know that it begins at the home. So but I'm trying to go beyond the home part. We already know about the home. We're trying to
Fix
10,
the home
15 years
part.
trying to make sure
You
it
brush
doesn't
over the
happen
home
again.
part.
Make
Yeah.
sure
No, I'm not
what?
brushing
Make
over the
sure.
home part. I'm
Make
going
Okay,
sure.
past the home part.
Okay, but make sure.
No, but
We're
don't
not
tell me about
past
what I
it.
already
Fix
know.
it.
Okay, but make
The
sure.
point is,
But make sure what? No, I just want to answer this question. Make sure what
the
doesn't happen
point
again.
is, no,
That's
no.
what. Okay, I'm
The
sorry.
point is, don't tell me that I already know. I already know about the home part. I'm trying to get past that home part because y'all still on this Super Mario brothers part
but you
one.
can't get. But if you don't get
Everybody
past
else
the
is
whole,
from Mario
if you can't
Galaxy.
get past the home part, if you can't get past the home part, you're not going to be able to
I
compete.
already,
Like I said,
hold on,
these
hold on.
people.
Exactly.
Let me just finish this,
Yes.
Big J. Let me just finish this,
John.
Big J. These people that come here, you want to know one of the reasons why they're so successful? Because they have stable families.
There it is.
Yes,
Okay,
there
It is.
you know why Contriver? He's Indian. They make the most in this country. The average Indian is darker than us. But you know why? The divorce rate's like 5%. That's one of the reasons why. Like, I agree with you. Yes, the education system needs to be revamped. I agree with you wholeheartedly. The criminal justice system needs to be revamped. I agree with you. However, there are certain things that we can do amongst ourselves to make sure our children are able to compete. That's all I'm
Wow.
saying.
Primary,
Okay. Well,
the
then hold on,
primary
hold on,
line
hold
of
on,
government,
hold on,
Big
hold on.
J.
is
The
patriarchal
primary
family.
line of government is the household. That's the first level of government. If that's
Patriarch-
intact, you'll never have to deal with the police ever.
Yeah, because if
I'm a result of
I
that.
already know about that. I already know about
because if shit is bad at the house, guess what, man? It's probably gonna be bad everywhere else. If you're being raised in a crap environment, all right, where you're not being fed, you're being abused, you're not being taken care of. How can we expect you to go to school and learn? How can we expect you to sit in a classroom for 7, 8 hours and actually learn when you got all this bullshit that you left from this morning and got to go back to after school? I mean, everybody kind of underestimate this home shit. Like, I mean,
I'm not
that's what
underestimating. It's
that's
just
the
that
nucleus of a
I'm
human
not
being.
overestimating the home part. The problem is it being used as a cop out to tell other people just to shut the fuck up.
No,
and
it's
don't,
not
No,
a
it
cop-
hasn't.
it's not a cop-
We're
it's not
telling
a
you to
cop out.
fix the
But-
home
It's
part.
not a cop out. It's not a
Fix
cop
that
out.
shit.
yes, it
Stop
is.
brushing
How
over it like
how
it's
is it a
nothing.
cop out?
It's not a cop
Exactly.
out.
It's a cop out.
Guys, one at a time at least.
Hold on. Here is my problem. That's the problem I have with you manosphere nuts. That's why I'm anti-manosphere.
He wants us
Because
to stop
y'all-
talking about the
Hold
home.
on,
That's what
hold
he
on.
wants.
So are you pro
I
gynosphere?
want what? I want what?
No. I think
What-
he's taking it. I think
Are
you're
you
taking it
pro-
What do I
personal.
want? No,
I think
no,
you're
no.
taking it
What
personal.
do I want?
He is.
What do I want?
You
No,
want
I
a
want
family.
the dude who's trying to overtalk me.
Sir,
What do I want?
sir, you want a family, a two-parent household, right?
No,
So
I'm
if
not talking to. I'm not talking. I'm talking about to the black conservative. What do you? What?
There ain't
what
no
do you
black
think I want?
conservatives on this panel.
He's
Come
not a
on.
black
Just talk to
conservative.
us. Talk to us. Don't
His
talk
name
to
is Cluu.
Hannity and don't talk to Bill O'Reilly. Talk to us
Yeah,
on
because
the
like
panel.
you regurgitating their talk.
No, we're speaking.
No, he's
we're
not.
we're
Yo,
speaking
Barack
our
Obama.
values. Our
Barack,
values.
Barack
That's what y'all
Obama
do.
said it. Barack Obama said it during Morehouse speech. What did he
And so
talk about?
what?
Okay, he's a
Yeah,
Democrat.
I'm not talking about Barack Obama. I'm talking
Okay, but
about
what I'm saying, no, you said we're parroting Republican talking points like Sean
yes,
Hannity.
yes.
Barack
The
Obama
lead
said the same
Atwater
thing.
talking points.
Barack
Y'all
Obama
black
said the
people there.
same
Hold
thing.
on. Y'all talk about them mamas
Big J.
mamas out there.
Big J. Just
And then-
talk to
no.
us.
No, we are just
Forget
pointing
about the
out
celebrities.
to the
I am
Talk to
mistakes
us.
that have
You
happened
don't
by
want
the
me.
So-
Hold on, you don't want
community
me.
in
We're
the past.
speaking our values.
That's
That's
why.
it.
So
You don't
would
want
you
me
be
to
more
lean on y'all.
would you be happier if they
Triggered by
spoke of
Hollywood.
if they spoke of the men too? Because I'm not gonna sit up here and let you say that these goddamn black ass fucking women don't fuck these kids up, brother Big J.
Yeah,
'Cause
of
that
course.
is
I know that. I see
they
that.
fuck them up.
I see that
So
too.
I don't
But
even know where you
at the
trying to
same
act like
time-
they don't. Go ahead.
Look, marriage.
Yeah, but
marriage.
at the same time though, and shut up. Hold on. Go
Okay,
ahead,
sorry,
though.
sorry.
Anything you really want to talk. Go ahead.
I'm just saying marriage is a social contract, and who reneged that contract? I mean, who stabbed us in the back? So, if someone is pointing out to the historical mistakes of the past, which would be the foundation bedrock stone for making a community that is a family, which is a two parent household, a patriarchal one, by the way, which recognizes the hunter gatherer phenomena, then why is it not a fact that people are, smeared by calling them as pro manosphere or conservative when he has actually told you several times he is not conservative?
Conservatives have always smeared people who are not conservative. It goes
So,
the other way.
so are you a feminist? Are you a feminist?
No, no.
So what are you?
I'm me.
He gonna say independent. Watch.
I'm me.
So you are me, and this sort of
Why?
individualism of yours, it does not make a community, sir. As a matter of fact.
Yeah, but
Sorry
how
to
many?
displease you.
If things were so good the way you said, how come though feminism existed then? If things were so damn good.
Because it was taken over via activism, and that is what I am getting to. Men cannot respond back when there is a psychological damage that is being done to them via activism and calling them as super predators, which was done by the first lady. And a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle. We are a product of that feminism, sir.
You don't even know the history of feminism. You really don't know the history of feminism. You see. You got
Sir,
that.
since you know
Hold
that,
on, hold
sir,
on.
since
You
you
got
know
that.
that,
Hold on. You
hold
got
on,
that
hold on.
glorious time. Hold on.
Since you know
Hold on.
that,
You got
since
that.
you know
got
that, are you in
quote.
favor of that?
Hold on.
Are you
Allow
in
me
favor of
to
that?
finish. You got that quote from Gloria Steinem, who is a CIA agent, a government plant. Next,
So
try
the
again, please.
state, that is what I'm getting at. The state
Hey,
does not
there are some
want,
feminists who
the state
don't
does
even like
not want
Gloria
strong
Steinem.
families,
You got that
black,
from
white
Gloria Steinem.
together, regardless
You
of the
got that
color
from
of the
Gloria
skin.
Steinem.
I
What?
Why
got
can't
Bella
that be
Abzug
his
as well.
original thought?
I got
Big J?
Alice Walker as well. I got everyone. I got Andrea Dworkin
No,
from your
y'all both got
transatlantic cousins as
Brother
well.
Big J
He's
What I'm
think
triggered
trying
we
to
by
all
say is,
famous
he think we
conservatives.
all listen to Rush
what I'm
Limbaugh and
trying to
shit.
say is, sir, if you could
y'all just repeating
just
what
He's
pay
somebody
triggered
attention
by
to one line, sir.
famous
Right.
conservatives.
One
I
sentence.
don't watch.
One
I don't watch
sentence.
Fox
He
News.
has nightmares about
Yeah,
famous
I don't watch.
conservatives.
Hey, you know what's so
Can I
funny?
offer
I was
something to
raised.
move this
I was
conversation?
raised. I was
Can I
raised
offer
in a
something to
pro-black
move this
household by a single
conversation
mother.
along?
I mean,
Can I offer something to move this conversation along?
Go
yes,
go
sir.
ahead,
Go
OG.
ahead.
Go ahead.
It's as if I usually do this when I got a lot of people come in with a different way of faith and spirituality. I say, drop your religion at the door. Let's just treat every man on this panel as a man who's speaking for himself, regardless of it sounds like someone else or not. It could be his original way he thinks, and just because you heard it or I heard it, don't mean he's coming from that mindset. Because I say a
I
lot of
agree.
things that maybe Howard Stern have said, and I'm damn
Thank you.
sure it's not the same mindset he is,
Thank you.
or a bunch of other shock jocks out there. But it
Hmm.
comes from my way of thinking. So if we can treat each other, what the person is talking about, the subject there is talking about, versus trying to put a title behind it, or you this or you that. Let's just talk about what's on the table. Let's talk about how do we get to the solutions. That'll be more of a conversation that I would like to have than have this. Well, maybe you got that from here. Maybe you're conservative. Maybe let's just get rid of the titles. Let's just talk about the issues and try to move
Agree.
forward from there.
Right.
Okay, so the issue is this. Just, just,
Though,
just a second. Just a second.
but there's
Just a
always
second, sir.
somebody
Sir,
tried to say
sir,
something
with
slick.
sir,
Hold
sir,
on, brother Big J. Let me get brother Contriver in here. Go ahead, Contriver.
sir, and Mr. OG. Since you talked about solutions, the first solution is, and I agree with you. Regardless of whatever your religiosity or your spirituality is, it should be out of the door when we are talking about solutions. Within the animal kingdom, by the way, they have a patriarchal system, i.e., the recognition of hunter gatherer phenomena. Is it or is it not? So let us start from there. The
But
recognition of hunter
humanity has
gatherer phenomena.
never always run under a patriarchal system, and patriarchal system is very it varies throughout the source of time. I mean something that like the Egyptians and the those in certain parts of Africa did not always have a patriarchal society.
The Zulus and Bantus
They're
had.
more of they're more on
Shaka
Eden
Zulu had,
Garrican.
by the way. King
Hold on. They're
Shaka Zulu
on more of
had,
a
by the way.
Eden Garrican society, not primarily
Egalitarian.
patriarchy.
Egalitarian societies are always
Egalitarian.
taken over by other societies. Rome is the prime example when it was taken over by Germanic pagans.
No,
It
Germanic.
collapsed.
No. Corruption destroyed
Goths.
destroyed
No,
the
no.
Well,
corruption
What destroyed
hold
Rome
on,
was
hold on, hold
Roman
on.
women stopped raping
and
children,
warring with too
and
many
that
But
is
kings
we're
where.
and
That is
still
where
not
you
destroyed
talking
want to
about the
Hold
put.
on,
topic.
hold on,
You
hold
want to
on,
put.
hold on, because I want to go. I want to go to Cyber. Cyber as the only white person on here. What do you what do you think about the whole solutions versus well, I should say the solution talk versus just the general conversation, because we hear that a lot, right? I know you hear it a lot, you know, in black circle. Oh, y'all don't have any solutions. Y'all don't even have any solutions. But see, my thing is this: motherfuckers have been giving black people solutions ever since I've been alive. And guess what? Some of the same shit I heard 30 years ago, I hear today, and 30 years from now, you'll be hearing the same fucking shit.
Mhm.
They have to
And
be
nothing is
implemented.
and
They
nothing
have
really
to be
gets done. I
implemented.
can take a tape. Hold on. I can take a tape from somebody talking today and put it right next to somebody, an old grainy VHS tape from
Most
30
certainly.
years ago. And guess what? They will be saying
Most
the
certainly.
same
But T.P.O.T, you can say
exact
the same thing. Wait, T.P.O.T,
stuff.
T.P.O.T, you can say the same thing as a person who goes to the doctor. And let me get on camera. I'm gonna talk. I want people to be able to see me, that I'm just not with this talking point bullshit. I'm from real stuff. I do this every day with people.
You just want to be
It's
seen.
just like
You just want. You
okay,
just want
that's
people to
you.
see that fade.
Because I look good. I look good. I look good. I'm 62 years old. I look good, brother. I put in the work to look good. You know, I had to put work in. But yes, it's like a person going to the doctor, TP, and the doctor tell you, hey, look, man, you don't give up them goddamn cigars and cigarettes. You know, you got 25% in your lungs. Now, if that person choose just not to play that doctor in intention of his advice and his professional advice, what he telling the guy, you gonna die a short life if you don't. So what usually happen in these type of conversation is not that some of the things that we hear over and over, is just that we still got the same problems, and when it's not been implemented as a massive where people can make a real big change. That's what most of the problem is in things that you might hear regurgitated. If it's a good plan and nobody takes it, it's just like the man who just took what the doctor said and said, fuck you. And he smoked a whole pack of cigarettes and then he fall dead in the middle of the street. So what I'm saying is, just because you hit over and over don't mean it's not a good plan if people are not willing to put the work in and implement that plan.
No, well, I know that. I mean, I have a very good friend of mine. She goes by the name of Sister Shahrazad Ali. I've known her. Known her for a long time, but I was a fan of hers before I knew her. I was a fan of hers before I knew her. I didn't meet her until 2012, 2013. But I was a fan of hers way before that. All right. I was a fan of her. And a lot of the stuff she said back then, she still says now. And guess what? A lot of other people say it now. But at the same time, there are not a lot of people following those said things now.
There you go.
The whole like I said, the whole, oh, you guys don't have any solutions. Man, we've been getting solutions for the past 50 years from people of greater fucking character and caliber than the motherfuckers that's on YouTube.
Most certainly.
And guess what? Not a fucking thing has changed. And I'll say again, the people who were saying it were willing to put more on the line than any of us. They were more committed to black people than any of us. They had more to lose than any of us. They faced more Jim Crow, racism, and all this other bullshit more than any of us.
But you know what, TV? You know what, TV? You put all that together and it sounds like a Martin Luther King at Washington, D.C. on the goddamn memorial. And it sounds great. But the one thing you're missing out of that fucking recipe to go fuck up your cake is A lot of things have changed, man. You didn't have the blue pill back in them days. We can go strong and long now.
According to everybody else, well, that's not true. Let me stop you there. Fine, let me stop you there. Because how many times?
TP, that was a joke. That was a joke.
How many
They did have
times
oysters.
do you get up here and people are like, "Oh, y'all are still slaves. Oh, y'all are still under the white man. Oh, the white man got you by the balls and all this kind of foolishness." So has it changed or has it not?
If you, hey, look, I seen a play. There was a play about 5 years ago. You think the white man ain't watching people balls? He was like shocked. They're like, "Damn." I guess the stereotype of black people is sort of was one black man that would play. They had to be on the play that nude. And it was a big time play. And then the white man they were talking about it on Monday morning on a lot of them talk shows. Yeah, I guess the stereotype is true. He put all the other guys to shame. You know what I mean? So, but TP, to make this subject a lot lighter, because I don't get as torn out of frame like I used to. I just bring all the things that I could give to a conversation, and I'm not the most well-spoken person in the room. I was taught by a one-teeth white man who had one teeth in the middle. Matter of fact, he had bracelets on it, so they lined it up straight in his mouth, and he didn't speak too well, so sometimes I do get my vowels and consonants twisted up, and you don't hear the correct sound. But I'm telling you, the brain is a genius. And so as that said, and that is said, so that's how I'm able to listen to a lot of bullshit and decipher it right at the moment I hear it. Because I know real shit and bullshit, it smells different and it sounds different. So what I am going to say, whatever you want to be, if you want to be Michael Jordan, or you want to be the man who paid Michael Jordan, you got to put the work in. Just because you got the information, that don't mean you go use the solution to the full potential. And that's what we've been lacking in our community is taking solutions and making them work.
Well, I agree. I agree. You know, that knowing is half the battle. The other half is implementation. I agree. But I want to go to Cyber, you know, the only white man that's up here. And
I didn't know that brother was white.
Get his thoughts. Well, this is the ridiculous race game. We have all kind of folks up here.
Oh, I didn't know that, but
we have white folk, Indian folk,
it don't make no difference.
Eskimos, we have everybody up here. Boy.
Knowledge comes in all colors, man. There's no monopoly on knowledge. You know what I mean? Knowledge comes in all
have
colors.
everybody.
I could tell there was one reason I thought he may have been white, TP, is because his mic sounds so damn good. He don't adjust that mic, and usually,
only white people have good microphones?
No, it's not that.
That's what he said.
He have studied. Wait, because I know a radio mic. I started off in radio mic in 1976. I know a radio mic. He has tuned that thing to perfection, and usually StreamYard don't let you get on there without you getting a lot of crazy ass noise when you tune your mic. So me and this brother go have to talk on the side because I can do it when I'm doing my own broadcast, but I can't do it when I'm coming on somebody else's broadcast.
Oh, you talking about Cluu? You talking about brother?
Yeah.
You talking about brother Cluu? Yeah, his mic do sound really, really good.
Yeah, because
I told him that earlier.
It's tuned. It's tuned. If you catch one of my broadcasts,
that's a Shure SM58.
Oh well,
the Shure SM58B. That's what that's what stand-ups use. So
but
no
you
matter
got
how
loud
the crowd gets.
You got some other shit on there, bro. Look, you talking to you got some other
I got a mixing board. You got a mixing board. I got voice meter.
Make people go out there and buy a goddamn microphone. Then they gonna sound like what you sounded. You have tuned that thing to perfection.
Yeah, they
I would have dropped an affiliate link if that was
right. You got the threshold right. You got the widen right. You got I'm naming all the shit.
All of that shit.
So you know what I'm talking about.
They buy that mic without all that bullshit, and that shit will be sounding like this.
I'm serious. So when
I wanna go to Cyber. I've been trying to go to the white man all night. Goddamn it, I've been trying to get the white man.
Is CLUU?
That's me.
No.
Can't you see that's a nigga up there? Shit.
No, you know white people.
Show
Hey,
it your
don't you know white
eyes.
people
Trying to
use
get
black
to the-
people pictures?
I'm
Hey, we
trying
had
to
to
let
use
the
Jay-
white man get some talk time up here.
Hey, look. You know, we had to put white men on our album covers back in the 60s. So you see, sometimes white men use
I know-
black people
I know
faces. and all
Cyber's
that.
like, God damn it, I fucking
But that brother
told
always
X
be
fuck
shooting
No.
that
fight.
man. CLU,
No,
And I'm up
Xavier,
here with
I'm
all
enjoying
these
it.
these
I'm gonna
talking
tell him
ass
something.
freaking
I'm gonna catch your ass out there in
Negroes
the
and
street. Where I'm gonna
Indians
tell
and shit.
I'm gonna offer you a goddamn drink.
No, actually, I'm enjoying it more and more.
These talking
Because,
ass Negroes and Indians.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it more and more because the last 5 minutes or even the last 10 minutes, I've been seeing more of what I've noticed a big lack of during conversations, during social interaction, and
Mhm.
that's appreciation. I've seen a lot more appreciation developing just in this show, and
Oh,
that
yeah.
is and that's antithetical to envy. Appreciation is antithetical to envy.
Yeah,
And-
well, all of these people up here, okay, they wouldn't be here if I didn't respect them. I mean, everybody up here I respect, including you. I don't have people on my show that I do not respect. Now, not to say that I don't disagree with you, the fucking people. Now, let's not go that far. I mean, I
We
disagree
already
with
know
some
that
of your
you
shit.
disagree with
Uh,
me 99.9%
yeah.
of the time,
Like-
goddammit. We
like
still
the
talk
OG
to each other on
here.
the phone.
Yes, like the OG here. I disagree with like a good 80 to 85% of the shit he says, but I still respect his point of view. And him and I even talk on the telephone from time to time. And even with Brother Big J Triple X, I mean, I disagree with some of Brother Big J shit, but I have respect for the brother. That's why you always gonna see his ass on here saying a bunch of shit that I disagree with. But he's still gonna be welcome on. As much as I disagree with his black ass, guess what? If he want to come on here next week, he'll be sitting right on up here. So, you know, I mean, that's kind of how it goes up here. I mean, I don't bring people up here that I don't respect. So, you know, I respect their point of view, even though I may disagree with it. So, I mean, that's probably what you're seeing, Brother Cyber. And
Right.
see, this is a good night because this is a good cast of characters that are on here now. You know, every now and then we get a cast up here that may not necessarily mesh all that well, but tonight is a meshing night. It's a meshing night. I can say
Yeah.
that it's a meshing night.
And the lines are open instead of tangled up in knots. And we need that kind of exercise. And the best way we can communicate is just remember to breathe and appreciate.
Mhm.
You've got to breathe like they said on Dark Side of the Moon. Breathe, breathe in the air.
And it's kind of hard to hate a man who can make you laugh. I'm serious. I learned that
Don't
from
be
playing poker.
afraid. Don't be afraid to care.
You're like
Well, I can tell
a
you right now,
truism and shit.
I can tell you right
I
now,
love- I love
it when he
that
sings.
singing lesson didn't work out.
That white.
You should have took
I
that
love
to the
it when
poker
he
game.
sings. It's great.
A truism. But I'm gonna tell all you guys up here that I do respect. We're not going past 4 hours. God damn it. Yeah, we're not. Yeah, well, we're not. And we at like
Fuck that
3:42
shit. I
and
like you and everything,
20.
but you go get the hell out
Yeah,
of
I
my house.
respect and like all you Negroes, but god damn it, we got about another 18 minutes before I drop the curtain on this shit.
Yeah, it's been good though. It's been good, but you know, like I say, the CLUU. I think this is the first time we ever been on a panel together. I just gave him a shout out instead of saying, if I see your ass in the street, I'm gonna beat the shit out. I said, I'll buy you a drink. Maybe we sit down and we find out we like each other. You know what I mean? So I think that's the way you put things together. Even when you disagree with somebody, you have different perspectives of life. I think that's the way that you approach it, because everybody has an experience, everybody has a journey, and you got to be willing to listen to their journey too, and then try to come together and figure out what y'all have in common and move on that versus the thing you don't have in common.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree. I mean, because let's be honest here, right? This is media, this is YouTube, and you know, I mean, I don't take it that serious because I feel like this. After I'm done with this is just another stream. And after this stream, I'm either going to do one or two things. I'm either going to say, you know what, I'm tired of this shit and don't do it anymore, or go ahead and do the next stream. So, I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but it's always more constructive than not when you have dudes up here that, you know, y'all kind of can respect each other, you know, to a degree, you know, all the name calling and threatening to show up to people's house and all that kind of bullshit to me is just absurd, because most of you motherfuckers ain't showing up no fucking
Right.
where.
Catch a flight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that kind, yeah,
They
that
can't even
shit
show
is
up to the
like,
courtroom and pay their goddamn child support. How the fuck they gonna
yeah,
come and find me?
motherfuckers they ain't showing up no god. Exactly, motherfucker. You 2,000 and 3,000 miles away. You think I'm worried
Yeah,
about your ass, motherfucker?
it
But
gets a lot for them to leave the goddamn county. How the fuck he gonna do that with that shit around
yeah,
his neck?
the average person ain't trying to. Cause I say this all the time, man, and I'll pass it to the next person, man. You let me pull my fucking camera up, man, and see a fucking YouTube motherfucker standing on my foyer. Because when I go out there, I'm going out there with the 50, because I mean, you some YouTube motherfucker. I'm just gonna assume that you're here with bad intentions. So when I open the door, I'm gonna open the door and stick the barrel of my 50 right in your fucking forehead. I'll be like,
I've
man,
seen
what the
some-
fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you
I've
doing
seen
in
some
my house?
YouTube video. I've seen some YouTube videos of that 50 cal. It went.
Oh, yeah.
The bullet went through 9 skillets.
That motherfucker
9
goes
skillets.
through
Imagine
anything.
what it could do to you.
Yeah.
I could barely find ammo for it.
Hold on, that was Kentucky, the ballistics channel.
I can barely
forgot
find
his
ammo
name.
for it, man.
You got
I
some
forgot his
brothers out
name.
there
He's
who
a
do
big
guns all
gun
the
dude.
time. You got some brothers out there who do guns all the time. They have some real good videos on. These brothers come every week with a different type of gun, boy. They had one they had made us.
Well, I was raised by a gun enthusiast, so you know it's kind of in my blood. I mean, my dad was a gun enthusiast. He didn't just have guns; he had a
But
fucking gun
you know,
cabinet.
Are you guys sub
He
to Eric?
froze.
Are you guys sub to Eric Petway?
I've heard of him, but I'm not sub
Yeah,
to him.
he shoots automatics.
But you know, my thing now is I got 8 months and 2 days here in America. My thing is just
Oh shit, that's right. Oh, gee, you going to Africa, ain't you?
right.
Keep forgetting about that.
Right.
Keep forgetting
And
about
so
that.
my thing is to pass on much knowledge I can. As far as my whole thing is not even get into these fights. I like to get in these things because I know I can make fun and make life of. My whole thing is get people healthy, man. That's what I came into YouTube to show people that at 62 years old you still can play basketball, you still can have an in and out and crossover and all that shit that them basketball players don't even have anymore at this age. That you can keep yourself, because I think without good health, none of this shit even matters. None of it that we talking of. If you gonna spend all the money that you made in the later part of your years paying for your poor ass health, then all that you did was in vain. So try to get that good health, man, and it makes you focus a lot better. It's kind of hard to focus, man, when you got bad health. I know 2 things on this earth. When you're hungry and you got bad health, it's hard for you to focus.
Yeah, you got to have a Snickers. You need to eat a
Most
Snickers
certainly.
before you.
A payday one.
You need a Snickers. But yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and wind it down, man. So
Go ahead, man. We can end it on a high note.
Everybody go ahead and I was thinking the same thing, OG. Everybody go ahead, man, give your parting shots, man. Let me put my closing statements up, because this inspires people to say something really meaningful. Anybody final thoughts, closing statements? Go ahead.
I'll go. Just appreciate you for having me on, and
Absolutely.
I'm just saying, just do the best that you can. Like, we have a lot of there's a lot of things accessible to us nowadays, so just use it to the best of your advantage. Take some accountability.
I agree.
That's it.
I think we rely a little too much on external forces.
I agree.
I think a lot of problems can be solved, for any people, just not Black people, man, to kind of look internally,
Mhm.
because I'm a true believer in that. Not to stall it out on y'all, but I've always been a believer that if you want to fix something, because you hear people talk about mentoring kids and all this kind of shit, I
Mhm.
think that's the job of the people in the family. I mean, I'm a guy in my 50s, man. I have my grandson and my nephew here. You know why? Because their fathers aren't doing what they're supposed to do. Therefore, being that they are my descendants, I think I have to pick up the slack. Now,
Mhm.
would I move some strange baby mama's fucking son into my house? Fuck no. He ain't related to me. That's for his grandfather. That's for his uncle to do. That's for his older cousin to do. That's how
Amen.
I look at it. I figure I can help solve the problem internally instead of waiting for somebody else to come in and mentor these guys. Why not me, being that they are part of me? So why would
Mhm.
I not step in and try to fix it internally? 'Cause
Exactly.
I don't believe in looking for external forces
Mhm.
to solve problems in house.
Mhm.
I just don't think that's a good
But
idea.
but
But
but, I don't mean to interrupt you, but, external forces can help, like, they can help, but again, you're gonna have to get all of that. If you don't get that at the home, like, that external help is really not gonna be a factor,
nope,
you know?
nope, nope. I agree. I agree. But anybody else? Closing statements, final thoughts, parting shots.
Well, I guess I
Anybody
go
else?
ahead. I got a house. Got to make sure these people got some medication going on. So I got I was on my 21 minutes late from getting that medication call, but it's been very enjoyable. And thank you, brother, for inviting me on your channel. And anytime you think you tell me I'm a special guest, I'm not coming here with no hoodie, no t-shirt on. I'm coming up suited and booted. That's just the way I
I
respect
see
your
that.
platform. And
I
so
see that.
I came in here with a little fire tonight, but it was all in love. It was all in exchange of conversation. I'm gonna try to give people the best of me for the next 8 months. I'm gonna be here in the United States, and I'm not really gonna get in a bunch of arguments. I'm just gonna lay my eyes on the table, and then you can eat off the table what you can, and throw the rest of it in the garbage can if you choose to do that. It's been a pleasure to meet some of these guys that I never met before. I see CLUU. We have never touched bases other than he chats me out all the time, whatever channel I'm on. But I think I might grow on his ass a little bit tonight, so that might work out, and we might see each other somewhere in the near future. I would buy him a drink. I don't drink. I drink some cranberry and some Coke, but that's about the best I'm doing. And then one thing you see when I go on my break, I always say, "Be black," and I dare you. That's me and Charlie Murphy worked in a movie called CB4, and a lot of other movies I worked in, and I enjoyed my life and wouldn't do it any different. Yes, it's still one of the best countries on this planet. I can't refute that, and I will not try to refute that. This is the only place I know, other than the places I have traveled outside the United States in my life, and I quite enjoy the United States. But I think my journey takes me to a bigger platform, and that's what I'm gonna use my knowledge and skill, as long as the creative give me help. And it's a pleasure to anytime to go into any group of men, regardless of what their colors are or what they stand for. If we can have a decent conversation, it's gonna be all good for me, because I'm gonna cook, and I hope they be cooking too.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, next week, OG, we having a battle royale about reparations on Friday. So if you want to come through, let me know. It's gonna be like a bunch of people. It's gonna be like a mega debate on Friday about reparations.
Yes, sir.
And I think we already got like 5 people signed up. So if you want dibs, let me
Well,
know. Call me or something.
am I part of that, because I was on that panel earlier?
Yes, brother Big J. Yes, Friday night it goes down. OG, if you got time,
Yeah.
or like I said, call me on the phone if you want to, pick a
Yeah, I
time.
want one more debate before I leave the United States. What's his name? If you can cornerstone him, BGS, get him. I'm a,
Oh,
that's who I.
so you gonna do it here? You
Yeah.
want to do it
Here.
on the T.P.O.T. YouTube page?
Well, why would I do it anywhere else? You the debate king. Yeah, I wouldn't do it nowhere
Okay,
else.
okay. I'm gonna hit BGS up. See if I can get
Yeah.
him. What do you want to debate him on?
We
What
go
do you want to
debate on
debate him on?
we go debate on A to Z, because he's smart and I'm smart. We go just
Oh
throw it up in the
shit.
air and see where it lands.
So I'm gonna get another OG J Speed debate before you leave, huh?
Most certainly.
Yeah.
That's the only one I'm gonna do.
This
Yeah.
right there, right there, where's some ticket selling right there? That's some
Oh
ticket selling
shit!
type of debate right
All
there.
right, y'all heard it here. You heard it here
I'm
first.
challenging him. Get your bucket list together, BGS. You've been in my shadows for a long time. You thought I was in yours. I know you ain't nothing but a damn secretary. You work with some of the same people I work with in California, and they ain't never looked at you nothing but a secretary. So come on and show your real face, and let's get it in.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm about to be there for that one.
It's a call out. I might have to charge for this one.
Most certainly. Put it on
Patreon right there. That's a Patreon.
Patreon level.
I might have to charge for this one.
You know, he still got a video of me and him going on his channel, and it still makes him look bad because he cut me out. He couldn't handle me. He cut me out. He can't run this time. Bring your ass on over here. We'll go have a WWF match out.
Well, Brother BGS has not debated on this channel. He's one of the few people that hasn't. Yeah, because everybody's pretty much everybody done debated.
Now I'm calling him out like Mr. T did in Rambo. Get your ass. I'm
going to write him. I'm going to write him tomorrow and tell him.
And clip this
well,
right
somebody
here.
somebody gonna run back and tell him any fucking
Clip it
thing,
and give it to him. Damn thing I tell me.
I will write him.
He's
tomorrow.
his own Don King.
I do have his information. I will get in contact with him on tomorrow.
It better be trailer to this.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do this motherfucker. I can get my boy. I'm gonna keep
I ain't even worried about that.
To the other side. Don't have me embarrassed.
LSKC better go in.
Shout out to Bernie Mac.
All I gotta do is hit up Brother
trailer.
Supreme. Yeah, all I gotta do is hit up Brother Supreme for that. That's my boy. I could easily get the fucking the trailer.
Yeah, and you know what you ought to do, TP? Have him say some verses and me say some verses, and then you put that verse like two boxes getting ready to just go at it. I've been wanting his ass for a whole year since he had a video. I didn't even know he had it up at me. I've been wanting his ass. I'm gonna Muhammad Ali. I'm gonna sting like a butterfly. I will get in contact. I will get in contact with him. On his ass. You know what I mean? I just made his ear like Holyfield. I will get in contact. Your ass over here, BGS.
I will get in contact with him. I will do that tomorrow. But anyway, next parting shots, closing statements. The OG dragging my time out. I'm trying to clip it at 4 hours. Whoever want to go can go.
Yeah. The first, like I said before, the primary level of government is the House. If the House is not intact, everything else doesn't matter. Okay. The House is where that's where you meet your first head of state, which is the father. The House is where you get to argue against legislation, and put that in quotes, legislation, which is the rules of the House. Dad says you can't go to the concert, and you give him your points of why it's beneficial for you to go to the concert. He eventually caves. You know what that makes you? Counselor. Makes you counsel, makes you an attorney. So your first level of government is the House. And if the House is intact, you'll never have to deal with the Department of Justice. You won't. I'm a beneficiary of that, I know. So let's not brush over the House, the intact families. That is, if that's not intact, the rest of the stuff we're talking about doesn't matter. And thank you for having me on this platform, Brother X. And
always, man. Peace.
Peace.
Anybody else?
Peace, my brother.
Next.
Yeah, I'll go. First of all, the home is a home. Business is a business. Those two are not governments. Home is a home. So why, there is, for you to call a home a government or a business a government, no. You need to separate that, So anyway, that's your home. That's the children's home. That's your wife's home. That's different from a government. Thank you. Anyway, I might have
I'll get mine in real quick. I'll get
I
mine
like
in
to
Well,
real
have
quick
hold on,
then.
hold
debate.
on. Go ahead.
I
Go
like to have
ahead, Big J.
one-on-one
What you
debate
say?
with somebody, but I like to debate your boy little Big Nate. That's who I really want. Anyway, we
Okay.
get off.
Well, I can call him tomorrow and tell him that.
I
Okay,
call
all
them
right.
little
What do you,
big, a little mistake.
what do you want to debate him on? What do you want to debate him on?
Uh, about his conservative values.
Okay. I'll hit
No
him up
problem.
tomorrow.
Okay, man.
I'll hit him up tomorrow.
Go Cyber.
All right.
Next
Um,
up.
First thing, identity politics is oxymoronic. um, the Democrats are never going to solve problems when people are flocking to them to solve the problems because the problems keep them in business. And the family is definitely the beginning of our structure or our process for structure in this world, because who else is going to have that kind of exposure to the child constantly? Who else is going to be capable of loving them more than anyone other than their parents? That deference of responsibility is also a window for that selfish thinking that can turn into envy, and people lose their sense of purpose. And having no sense of purpose, they find one outwardly, just believing what they're told through impression in order to avoid depression. We have to have purpose because that's the antithesis to depression. So identity politics is oxymoronic. Depression is a window for impression. And I forget the third one that I was going to hit because I rambled too much, but I appreciate your time.
Absolutely, man.
And thank you.
Absolutely. Contriver.
Yes, sir.
Parting shots.
Okay.
Closing statement.
Oh, I'm
Uh,
sorry. I remember.
Okay,
And
hold on.
purpose, okay, the impression and depression thing. And purpose is the antithesis to depression. But identity politics gets in the way of our purpose. That's shorthand for the cycle that we're in. Thank you.
Absolutely. Peace. Brother Contriver.
yes, sir.
Final
Okay.
statements.
Okay, sir. The crux of today's discussion or debate or the ridiculous race game as we play it has been that we are stuck at step one, that is the family issue. Now, unless and until it is going to be resolved, there are no procedural or remedial action we could take so that we could superficially or artificially do something to elevate us out of this ordeal we are going through. So, the family stuff, which people could laugh it off, is the very important stuff. I come from a two parent family household. My mother and father have been together for the last 40 years, 4040. I don't brag about it, but that is how it is. Patriarchy is the natural order of any civilization which flourishes, which builds a civilization, and which increases your numbers, resulting in increasing your demography, so that people could have more larger numbers to impose their will on the state. For example, NATO forces, left in the dead of the night. Those people who were, hanging on the wheels of that C-17 Globemaster, who, left Afghanistan, and two of them fell from the sky when the plane took off. They were left astray. They were led astray. And when Taliban came in guns blazing, they established patriarchal model as and when in an Islamic way, which they wanted to do, which would be ruled by the Sharia law. Now, people could have their cast their aspersions about it as to whether it is right or wrong, moral or not, barbaric or not, whatever. They have taken over, just like Rome was taken over by the Germanic pagans and Goths. Now, people could check the veracity of it online, but it is one of the prime factors as to why Roman women stopped having children. Their demography was going down, and then it was taken over by the Germanic pagans. History has repeated itself. Those who don't learn from history shall repeat the same. And as Titanic of America has hit the iceberg. It has not broken into two right now, but it has definitely hit the iceberg, and it is going to sink if some remedial action on the societal level is not taken by the society itself. So the state is going to just impose laws like we have people in Shanghai caged within their own homes. They don't have enough food or water to drink. The government would let them die. They don't care. They killed 40 million people under the regime of Mao Zedong. Do they care right now? Certainly they don't. And this is the uh, catalyst that we have to take away the power which we have given to the state for some sort of dispute resolution or mediation. They cannot do mediation, they cannot do dispute resolution. We have to do it ourselves. And the way we would do it is by disincentivizing the state, disempowering and discouraging the state into our daily affairs. That could only happen when we have families. Now it comes full circle. Why we do not have families? Why the families are non-existent? We have to look into that, and we have to take remedial action for that as well. If that would not be the case, and things are going to go just like they did when in 1989 Sister Shahrazad Ali or Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu started making documentaries about it in 1984 or even before that, then the situation is going to prevail as to what it is right now. And we would only have to say, as someone has written a book about it, Aaron Clary, enjoy the decline. So, I mean, that could be the case. And that is my parting note. Thanks a lot for having me on this panel, sir. And
Absolutely.
it was nice meeting a Hollywood celebrity as well. I mean, for the first time in my life, and asking him questions. If there would had been a possible technology, I would had asked for your autograph, sir. Definitely, not
Yeah,
just
I would have
because you
asked for
are a
yours.
celebrity, not just because you are a celebrity, but you are a person who comprehends things. Masses don't do that. At least you would acknowledge that. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
All right.
I'm taking
Absolutely.
my leave.
Please and have an
Peace,
amazing weekend.
brother
This was a good
Contriver.
one, T.P.O.T.
Yeah, I tried, man. I try. We do this like every Saturday, man. We have a bunch of people up here: Latinos, whites, Asians, Indians, black folk. I mean, we do
Yeah.
this every Saturday, man. This is the eighth one
Okay.
of these I've
See?
done.
Well, this
This
was
is
a good
number
one.
8. Number
Yeah.
8. And I appreciate you coming through, man, because I told everybody I got a special
Yeah.
surprise guest for y'all tonight that I'm gonna bring in, and he gonna come in and kick the tables over.
Yeah, you know I ain't gonna let you down. Even though you disagree with me, I ain't gonna let you down.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you coming through, OG, though, man. I do, man.
Yes, sir.
Um,
Call
like
me
I said,
anytime, bro.
I'll get in contact with BGS and see if we can set this up. We might can do it next week or the following
No,
week. I
let's
don't
let
know.
let 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 this thing boil a little bit. You don't want to do it
Okay,
that
that's
fast.
fine.
Let
Fine,
this
fine
boil a
by
little
me.
bit, and just
Fine
keep
by me.
promoting it. And then, just like you say, you might be able to get it paid. You know what I mean?
Ah, do some pay-per-view shit. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'll get in contact with him, and maybe I'll get my man to make a promo for it as well. So
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll hit him up tomorrow and see what he got going on, because I know he busy as a motherfucker with a lot of shit, but maybe he
Yes,
could
sir.
squeeze me in there and
Right.
make a promo for me or something. But we'll
Right.
see.
Peace and love, and
But
always strive for the truth, my brother. It was a great show.
absolutely,
Thank you for inviting me. I see you sometime soon, or we'll talk on the phone sometime soon.
absolutely. Peace, OG.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up, man. It turned out pretty good tonight, man. Tonight's theme was the old social justice, and race wars and racial equality and all that kind of stuff, man. You have these conversations, man, and you listen to people talk, man, and you really start to figure out the difference between justice and vengeance, righteousness and self righteousness, man. Um, Power and lack thereof. I mean, you hear different, takes on all these things, man. And I guess that's what this ridiculous race game is about, man, because no two of them are the same, man. Each one has been different. Um, each one has had its good moments, its bad moments, and it has its cast of characters. Every time we do it, I always bring someone new. I've been able to keep that to make sure there's always a new guest every week, if not, two. Um, I just thought that I thought that tonight. I thought tonight was I thought tonight was good. And I was glad that the OG came through, because the OG added an element to the ridiculous race game that we don't often have. Um, he's somebody that's going to come in with some unpopular opinions, and they're going to be unpopular with more than one person. Because believe it or not, the OG kind of falls down the middle on most things. I mean, he's got his stances on a lot of things, but he will fall down on the middle, and he'll have a disagreement with pretty much everybody on the goddamn panel. And I knew that would be the case. Ergo, me bringing him in as a special surprise guest. So shout out to the OG, man, for coming through for me tonight. But yeah, man, we gonna get up out of here, man. But I appreciate how everything went, man. I appreciate everybody who came through tonight, man. I appreciate all the cash apps and the super chats, man. But most importantly, man, I appreciate your participation more than anything else, man. That means more to me than all that other shit. But like I said, next week, y'all, we supposed to be having a battle royale, man. We're supposed to be having a real battle royale, man, on this reparations thing, man. It'll probably be like 6 brothers, man. It'll probably be like a 3-on-3 debate. It's gonna be a big debate. So I may start it at like 8:30, because it may go to like, who knows, 1 o'clock. So yeah, if you want to take part in it next week, or you got something else you want to do next week, just hit me up on my email, man. Y'all know what the email is. It's propertothought@yahoo.com. That's propertothought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. Yeah, we're gonna have, that's already scheduled. Everybody already want to come. So I already think I got 5 or 6 people already. So the space is gonna be limited, because I don't want it to get bigger than maybe a 4-on-4, y'all. All right. Now we can do this. If it gets to be too many people, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to split it. I'll split it and I'll do a double header if I get too many people, right? Because like I said, I don't want it to be more than, say, a 3-on-3 or a 4-on-4. If I get more people, I'll just split it. I'll do one in the beginning, and then I'll just do another one, at the end, and make it a double header like I did tonight, right? We just start early, say like 8 o'clock, go to, I don't know, maybe 10:30, and then at 10:30 we'll go to, like 1 on a second one. I'll do it like that. But hit me up on my email if you want to participate in that or something else. Y'all know what to do. Once again, man, I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, man. You could have been anywhere tonight, man. You decided to be here. It is appreciated. I don't take you good folks lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. Shout out to all the brothers who came through, man. Shout out to Cyber Tocsin, Unwanted Contriver, the OG, J Speed, Big J Triple X, Don Gordito for coming through tonight, man. I appreciate all you brothers, man. I do. And I will see y'all next week on the other side, man. And I'll say this about this social justice stuff, man. Social justice is whatever you think it is, because justice is whatever you think it is, right? I mean, I can't tell you what's justice for you. Even if I know your plight, if I know your slights, if I know what has happened to you, I can't tell you what justice is for you. Only you know what justice is for you, right? And shout out to Lady Toyah as well, because she said this when she was here earlier. She said that she thinks of these things individually. Now, of course, you look at this and you see, you know, a bunch of people there together, they marching and doing all that stuff. These are all people with a common thought in their heads, right? A common theme that they're following. But even with that, I don't think justice is the same for all these people. Just because they're all out there for one cause, I don't think justice is one thing for these people. Just like I don't think justice is one thing for these people. Now, there may be a few similarities between them. There may be a couple people who may think identically what justice is. But I think ultimately, man, we got to decide for ourselves what justice is for us, man. Now, I know we like to believe that we know what justice is for Black people, but I mean, justice for you may not be the same as justice for me. I don't think we share ideals about justice and or vengeance, for that matter, just because we share skin color. And that's the thing, right? Skin color trumps all. You got to think like me because our skin is the same color. That's where me and folks part ways, man. I ain't got to think like your ass because we both Black. You and I don't have the same life. We don't go through the same shit. We don't live the same. We don't think the same. We don't have the same amount of money. We don't live in the same neighborhood. We don't have the same family makeup. We don't have the same responsibilities. So maybe justice is individual. Maybe justice is to be decided by each one of us on our own terms. Now, if you want to get with people and y'all are like-minded and y'all can agree on what justice is, that's one thing. But agreeing on what justice is different than someone standing up on a fucking podium telling me what justice is. Because, see, I don't buy into people telling me what I am or what I need. You want to know what I am? You want to know what I need? You know what you can do? Ask me. Don't tell me what I need. Because you don't know me. Just because you know I'm black. But that's all. But anyway, yeah, man. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up, man. Like I said, man, I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, man. Like I always say, man, you could have spent your night anywhere you decided to spend it here. It is appreciated, man. And I will see y'all next week. I don't know what we're going to do on the ridiculous race game next week. Who knows? Next week I may have all Negroes. I don't even know. I never know till like I do it, you know. Always some familiar faces, and it's always going to be a new face. I can promise y'all that. But I can't promise y'all what the hell we're going to be doing next week because I don't even know. But yeah. Just check us out next week, man. Look for the thumbnails and like I always, man, I will leave you with 3 words. You know, like I always do. Open your minds. Peace, folks. Live from the T.P.O.T studios, the game where we talk about discrimination, prejudice, bigotry, with all of the absurd hypocrisies and contradictions that come with it. Get ready to play the ridiculous race game. Open your mind.
The prophet of thought. The prophet of thought. You know. The prophet of thought. Prophet of thought. Open your mind. 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 Open your mind.
only from T.P.O.T Media. Open your mind.